Hey everyone, we are back from yesterday's qualifier 2 streams to today's stream of the group stage of the 2021 Clan Showdown. I'm here with Keyhand and we have the first game in our hands.
Accept my call, please, by the way.
Yep.
And check in OBS if I'm not muted.
Yeah, you're being displayed in OBS. All good.
Okay, nice. All right, so as Phil said, we are here for the group stage of the tournament, and we're immediately starting with a cracker. The first game in Group B, which some would arguably say it is possibly the stronger group, is already almost underway. It's going to be Pure, aka the Invil team, against 78679, aka Storm, aka Thunder, for this tournament. So mostly Polish players, but some Russian addition, namely for the side of Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Byron is not playing in this round. There is another tournament with Mercy going on right now, and apparently he is needed as an FC there as well.
Also, there seems to be one AFK player for the side of Thunder here at the moment, but that shouldn't deter us. There is a pretty aggressive push with two chieftains from Invil here, directly through the courtyard. It's namely Piotr and Mkopan, and most of the defending tanks from Invil's side are committed into the 1-2 line. They're pushing there at the moment. They're going to find a bulk of chieftains that Storm has posted here. Storm also wanted to go to the hill at the start with like 5 tanks. They are sending 3 of them back at the moment, and Kono immediately in a lot of trouble does go down here. So first kill going the side of Invil, and Kokos Pogyu is also going to get tagged in the back here as he's trying to retreat. These are very, very defensive positions here now by Storm, but can they hold on? It seems doubtful at the moment. The 50B from the hill is trying to support, but the overpush is coming in. Crespix and Yannick both falling, and now it's just an overmatch here from the side of Invil onto the tanks of Storm, and heavy damage being inflicted on Chucky.
Yeah, Chucky now in a heap of trouble. Kokos is trying to shield him, but now Ketsai is driving in, the 2-time MVP of our VOD 7 tournament. Never driving in as well. Kokos should be the next one to pick up, but there are good defensive stances here with the double 50B, the triple Chieftain, and the 50B in the back as well. Will Invil be able to push over that? The HPs are looking pretty well, but now Invil is starting to bleed. Big shots coming in from both sides. CFR Brainbreaker is trying to cross there. He's taking big chunks, and Barky's not being able to shield him.
Yeah, Brainbreaker took a lot for that cross, but if he gets out, he can possibly do a few more shots. But honestly, 10k HP difference at this point in time here. Invil looking good. Invil looking strong in this first round here. They're going to take it with some very, very aggressive pushes. That's what we like to see and what we are used to seeing from this team here. The first match, or the first game that they even play, they immediately come out kicking, come out swinging out of their corner, and convincing stuff here. Storm unable to weather the assault that Invil was inflicting upon them. Crazy. Still 13k HP left.
Yeah, I mean that was. I'm not sure if the chieftain that was AFK in the 30 or 41st seconds, if that would have made a big difference. But yeah, very aggressive move. I would actually say it was completely fine that the chieftain didn't go towards the hill or wherever it was supposed to be, because in the end he ended up helping on the not that successful push into the Invil forces. So just ignore the technical victory part of the Hive versus Anyway game. That was just a scheduling issue from our side. So we will quickly go through the games.
I mean, Hive versus Enway still 1-0 though in the match that they're actually playing. And other than that, no game concluded yet, except for the one we just saw, Invil against Thunder.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at our stream schedule for today. As you can see, we will start with Invil versus Thunder. All times there are in CET, so Central European Time. Then also out of Group 2, the second match will be Raid versus Tilt Fists. Then we will swap to Group 1, roughly at 20 past 5. and watch Envy versus Pure Grid Knight. Hopefully also an interesting one. And for the later stages, we've decided to pick whatever is most interesting for the group dynamic and the situation when it comes to who has how many points and how important is which victory. Also, obviously, the daily performance. So we will maybe let you vote or just decide on what we personally feel is more interesting. Most important, the last 2 games, or in total 4 games, 2 out of each group, will happen at the same time. So there's no advantage or disadvantage for either of the teams. We want both teams to play, both teams of all games to play for highest possible position and not try to match against some team in the other group because they know their scores already. I mean, it's a common thing to do in sports, so it just makes sense to apply it here as well.
I think this is a common thing as well in esports.
Yep. But yeah, we can quickly take a look at the
lineup. Well, it's fairly self-explanatory what Invil is bringing here.
Loading.
Double.
Yeah, no, it's there.
Yeah, double 50, triple chief, rest. Davai, 279Es. And I hope they have configs mounted.
We will find out about that shortly. But yeah,
for those not catching the reference here, basically there was a couple of very, very unfortunate blowups yesterday. If you're a fan of the Excel team or even a player, basically 279s took 2 shots each, and after that lost their turrets in the process. And had that not happened, it would have been probably a 50-50 game in between them and Beyond. Beyond, obviously, in Group A, they made it through. That being said, let's take a look also at the setup coming in by Thunder, the same double 50B. However, then the similarities end. It's only triple 279, and the rest is only Chieftains with 1E4 in the mix.
Yeah, you can see the HP difference is really, really already starting to go into the 4-digit layer. Like usually you have some 100, 500 HP difference. Now we are talking about 2.5k. Obviously, some of the 279s don't have full config. Even one of the Chieftains doesn't have that.
I think attack and defense is, by the way, switched for you.
That's true. Fixed already, thanks. But yeah, you can see Chucky, Yannick, and Crespel, they are doing a similar move to what the Chieftains from Invil did earlier. Distributing over the inner courtyard. But look at this Invil force there. All those purple 279s, Chieftains driving in, trying to get some angles. Also, you can see in the bottom corner the white rotation here, up and down the hill. So they decided how many tanks they want to commit on top of it.
Chucky is in a lot of trouble though, and same for Yannick. Those Chieftains that got pushed into the courtyard really don't have anywhere to go. Chucky already down to a one-shot. Crespik's probably the next one to fall after Chucky. And this initial commitment here by Storm sort of biting them in the ass at the moment, since they're just losing tanks and they're unable to really respond. There is some slow rotation coming in through the southwest, but that is exactly where the bulk of the Chieftains from Invil is. So I'm not even sure if that is going to properly give a potential to them to basically react. Now the E4 is going to peak, and we're going to see if Hacker is going to make his shot. He does, 761, so nice connection, only taking 1 shot in the process. But now Mkopan and Monster, also Orzek, they're all coming there on the K-line. They're going to punish the Chieftain heavily for peaking there. Now the E4 is basically countered out of the game. And on the hill, meanwhile, also Invil with a decisive engagement here, taking the victories just everywhere. It's Storm faltering at the moment. They're gonna have to come up with something, but I don't see where.
Yeah, Pan's Fury has a slight HP disadvantage, but you can see Vampire here being sandwiched by Rexer, who apparently is empty. I'm not sure what he did there, but yeah, Piotrix now starting to finish his clip reload. He has 2 more shots in the magazine. Nice, good pickup there, good communication as well. He didn't shoot the rack. I don't think he will be able to catch the 50B, so we can take a look at what is happening here at the bottom part of the map.
In the bottom part of the map, meanwhile, the situation has not turned to the better for Storm at the moment. It's just the superior amount of gun, getting the victory on the board here for Invil, no doubt about it. They're not looking to stop here. Bark is still on a 2-shot and Brainbreaker's still alive, but both of them, they're, going to get picked up, and then just like that, Invil making it look easy. 2-0 match point already.
Convincing stuff here by Invil. What do you really want to say? I mean, that was 2 games in very convincing manner. Maybe Himmelsdorf is not Storm's favorite map. I don't know. Let's see who picked Himmelsdorf. Both teams had 1 ban. They used it on different maps, and then Himmelsdorf was selected by the random generator together with the next map, which is Prokhorovka. Ketzai, 14-14-14. I was talking about him being the 2-time MVP in the 7 vs 7 tournaments. I mean, now you know why.
Now he's trying to do it back-to-back, 1993, 1994. You know what's cooking here. But yeah, good stuff. I mean, not only from him, from the whole team of Invil. Storm not really looking up to the task at the moment of putting up any resistance against Invil. And that's never a good sign. I mean, we talked a bit about the groups, both of them. Personally, if I was a player in a strong team, I would have preferred to play in Group A. This is Group B, however. And I thought there were going to be some close games in between the teams here. Invil not letting that happen at the moment.
Yeah, let me see. Okay, there we are showing the groups. We have, Hive as the invited team. They were 3rd place in the previous tournament as the head of Group 1. Then we have Pure Goodnight, Enway, and Beyond. All those teams are coming from the qualifier 2. And in Group 2, we have Invil as the head of this group. They're sorted alphabetically, or I don't even know what they're sorted by. I guess it doesn't really matter as they're all on 0 points right now and all marked as 1st place. So yeah, Thunder coming from qualifier 1, Tilt Fist also from qualifier 1, and Raid, I mean, they were 4th, I think, in the previous tournament. I guess that team doesn't need any introduction. Yeah, we will have the first games here running at 4 p.m., 4 p.m. and 4 p.m. plus the first game of Raid and Tilt at 4:40. Then the next games will start, as you saw in the schedule earlier, at 5:20 here. And then we continue at 6 with the second round of Group 2. As we discussed earlier, all games of round 3 will be played in parallel, so there is no disadvantage or advantage for anyone. Prokhorovka. Okay, what do we expect?
It is Invil defending, and they're bringing an IS-7 22279, 3 Chieftains, a whole bunch of 907s and double EBR. This is certainly not... I mean, it's a setup for defense, yes, but it's not one that suggests a very passive defense.
Look
Meanwhile,
who is there? The Barbarian coming in with his CS63, trying to save the day. Triple
maybe.
EBR. A lot of 279s, 5 279s on the attacking side.
And 4 907s, double chief. I mean, it's a lot heavier. I'm afraid for Thunder that they will get rotated in some way, shape, or form.
You just got subdonated.
I already thanked. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at the distribution. WBR by Invil getting sent to the middle. Meanwhile, only 1 by Mercy. However, WBR towards the hill from them. Also sending basically all the 279s into the middle, leaving the 907s to snipe.
Taking big damage there. Good shots by Targus, Frugo, and Yannick. Already down to half HP. Good shot also by the EBR. I think that was Chucky hitting Mentos on the full move. Now trying to take some cover behind the...
that's going to be a spicy timing here. The 279s seeing each other in the middle now. Obviously very hard to penetrate those tanks if they're using gun depression. But now not only do the 907s from the Storm side come through the 6 line, through the 5 line, the the 907s by Invill are coming as well. What a timing there at the moment. Both of the 907 groups wanted to push over, but now it's like sort of awkward. Oh, what now?
I'm not sure if
Invill
that's...
going with the aggression here, going over onto the 279s. This is prompting the Storm 907s into a repush as well, and this is not what you see on Proco normally, Phil.
Yeah, big brawl happening. HP's dropping left, right, center. You can see right now a bit better focus fire by Invill, but yeah, the advantage was coming from Storm by just driving in a bit later, in my opinion, having those stationary guns. And Invill, I would say, just drove into a self-created crossfire.
Invill, pushed into the crossfire. Right now, it's still a clusterfuck of tanks just trying to focus fire, put fire onto the enemy left and right and center. But at the moment, the guns, they are even, yes, Storm, they have 1 EBR more, so maybe a bit less DPM. But at the moment, the HP, Phil, they are slightly in the favor of Thunder here. As Hakir also falls here for the side of Thunder. So one more combat gun out of the game. Czech trying to do what he can. Katsai taking shots into the side from the EBR. Kono here, Katsai falling. Now everyone is just collapsing onto Czech, but they are getting farmed left, right, and center from the other tanks around them. It's still a free-for-all, but I think at the moment Storm is clawing ahead.
Yeah, like in his 279, now the second time he gets Emmerect in 2 rounds. I am pretty sure he is not the Svitman recommendation book for equipment of heavy tanks. But yeah, overall, very close brawl, I would say. Now the HP's obviously heavily favoring Thunder. Like should be picked up by Barbarian, exactly. Barbarian still pretty high on HP. Crespel in his Chieftain still sitting on comfortable 3-shot, even 4-shot for a 907. And with a full HP, EBR now jumping over the rails, picking up Monster Yo. Brainbreaker should be able to also contest the other EBR and finish up this game.
Yeah, with the combined power of Crespix, Barbarian, and Brainbreaker, Storm look poised to take their first map here. Possibly Himmelsdorf, just not their map, and you can see on the other side of the map, Kono in the EBR, he's going to be able to put Crossfire. Conrad recognizing all is lost now, driving in, does get picked up before he's able to do a single shot of damage. That only leaves Piotr and Mentos here. Piotr now picked up and Mentos just driving around in his EBR. It doesn't even matter anymore because the Himmelsdorf rounds were so fast.
Yeah, I'm actually... I don't know. Like, I'm actually not sure why Invill decided that they wanted to drive in, because they saw the 6-line push of the tanks from
I think they
Thunder
recognized. I think they recognized they sort of couldn't take the 1-2 line with the double chieftain in the K1 pocket, and then felt pressured into doing something. But yeah, I agree.
What
Driving
if they
into
would
that
have just
crossfire,
waited for Storm to push in? Wouldn't that be so much better for them?
I think Storm wasn't going to push because they in the end had the crossfire because their 907s were over the rails and the Invill 907s had to turn their turrets.
Maybe they thought the 279s would have been too high up already and would have been in crossfire. Maybe we can take a look at this later again. It was definitely a very entertaining game. Very quick, action-packed Prokhorovka round. And I have to say, after so many Prokhorovka camps that we have seen in the previous tournament, definitely something refreshing.
I mean, Barbarian coming in, dealing top damage immediately. Gaming Goliath. Although not quite the Katsai performance, only 14, 14, 12.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that we have a 2-time MVP in the other team.
All right. Did we take a look at the other scores as well?
I mean, Enway, I just saw Enway got the second
2-0 by Hive.
Against Hive.
Pure Goodnight taking 1-0 over Beyond, and that's it for the time being.
The first map was Cliff between Enway and Hive, and this map was actually selected by Enway, so the teams did a pick and ban. And the next map will be Live Oaks. If I see that correctly, Hive will be on the defending side of Live Oaks, so we might even see a 3-0 there. But yeah, we will find out here in the scorecard. Pure Goodnight versus Beyond is being played on Prokhorovka. You can see here 2 pretty long rounds, both like 7-8 minutes, and 1-1. Next map for them will be Sand River. Looking forward to see on yeah, who will be? I would say Beyond will be the slight underdog, but who will be victorious will still be decided by the teams.
All right, 30 seconds to go into round number 4 in between Invil and Thunderstorm. Double EBR coming in for Invil here on their attack, double 279, 4 Chieftains, and the rest, once again, 907s. They love their Russian mediums. Like, normally, or most other teams tend to play with a lot more Chieftains on proc.
I mean, yesterday we saw something interesting by Beyond where they pushed, I think it was Excel, directly away from the 1-2 line. Then we had some interesting 907 stuff as well from CSA, where they did similar thing, but just on the other side, where they took over the hill and just split them up into basically eastern side and western side. But yeah, I mean, you can see right now, again, this quadruple or even quintuple 279 brought by Thunder. They are now on the defending side, so we might actually see defensive stance here. But the game is starting and we will just see what the EBRs have to say.
Mentus, as we can see, he's going towards the hill. Meanwhile, Monsteo going towards the middle. The EBRs here by Storm, double towards the hill, 1 towards 1-2 line. Again, the 279 towards, or 279s towards the middle, and the 907s in the 6 line to snipe. This like basically a mirrored opening here by the side of Storm. And very, very aggressive stuff from Invil, meanwhile, sending the Chieftains and the 279s towards the middle. There is a 6-7 line presence by some 907s and triple 907 as well in the 1-2. So I guess at one point in time, we're going to see some attempted overpush by Invil once again. And indeed, some trades being made in the middle here. However, the Invil tanks, they will not be able to stay there indefinitely because there is some tanks by Storm right now on the hill. Chucky taking a lot of damage on the hill, dropping down to 477 in his EBR. And now it is sort of the Chieftains against the 279s, both of them not really able to inflict a lot of damage onto each other, but in come the Storm 907s on the 6 line, on the 7 line, on both sides of the rails. You can see all of them, the EBR and the CS also pulled to there. They're putting Crossfire onto Lycan, his Chieftain, who is now dangerously low, and I believe we're about to see some kind of overpush with the 907s once again.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they decided to, I don't know, change the route of their push, so they're reinforcing their 279 positions. You can
this
see
could be bad for Invil if the 907s cross over.
They were somewhat crossfiring there in the ditch. You can see now a random style.
This could be super
Shaq,
bad here for Invil.
Tarks, Yannick, everyone driving in, and you can see on the 6 line, the 907s of Invil are completely out of the game. Good overpush by Thunder here, and the train is rolling. Like they're on only 160 HP, should be the next one to be picked up. Monster, Mkopan, Punch Fury, everyone is low there, and you can see the repush from Invil is way too late. Thunder already on 7k HP advantage. The big gray wave is pulling into the Invil tanks, and that looks like a 2-0 on Prokhorovka.
Indeed, Invil just too late with their reaction. A team that you normally praise for immediate lightning fast reaction, hearing the thunder there and bowing out of this game as that basically E-line and then collapse into EF2 by Storm. Just too much to handle for the tanks of Invil. There were just not enough tanks to support the 907s. The trades in the middle, they had been going very, very bad. Just crossfires everywhere onto the Chieftains, and then simply they didn't have the HP anymore. So I guess the presence of Barbarian enough to help Storm get into that important tiebreaker. Obviously, this also means that both teams have secured 1 point already and are fighting for the second within the tiebreaker.
Exactly. So, short update on how it works with the rules for getting points after the match. If you win 3-0 or if you win 3-1, you have a direct win without tiebreaker. You get 3 points, the loser gets 0. Now both teams reach the 2-point mark, so they deserve to get at least 1 point. It is very close, so the points are distributed 2-1 to the winner of the tiebreaker.
All right, and the tiebreaker map. Let's see.
Cliff? No, it's Murvanka.
Murvanka. So I guess Invil still gets to decide what they want to play, because I think the Himmelsdorf rounds were faster.
Yeah, that might be the case. We can take a look. This game took 3 minutes and 10. That was actually a pretty quick game, but that was the defending round, I guess.
Hmm.
We have 3 minutes 33. Himmelsdorf was
The second Himmelsdorf round is
2
the important one.
minutes. 2 minutes, yeah. So 2 minutes 52 was the second Himmelsdorf round. So that should be, yeah, that should be the decider for Invil. Both Himmelsdorf rounds were actually faster. Yeah.
Mhm.
So the teams, Hive and Enway just went to a 2-1. I guess we can.
If you want, I spectate that for you, and you stay there.
I mean, I can just spectate it here, and you take a look at the other game, maybe.
All right. Maybe possibly after this round, I should also take the observer mod.
Sure. Yeah, I guess then we will take a quick look here into the Hive versus Enway game. I can actually throw you over the spectator mod.
You think I can restart in time?
Yeah, you have 6 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check if everything is set up correctly. Yeah, you have yeah, you have enough time.
Okay. Where are you gonna send it?
Discord.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. 15 seconds to the next round. We will watch potential final round between Hive and Enway. You can see we have another 5.5 minutes until Invil versus Thunder. Round 5 is starting. That's the tiebreaker. Invil decided to, pick defense on Murovankar. I would say it's not a big surprise. Now we watch Hive against Enway. This is the second round of Live Oaks, and you can see Enway is defending, so with a slight advantage here again. Thanks Svit again for setting up the colors. I hope everyone likes the team logos being connected to the colors and not just having red and blue. But yeah, we are starting with 1279 for Enway against 2279 with Ali and Reaction. Both teams bringing double EBR. Lucan seems to be AFK. Let's ignore that one. Rishik and Panukar distributing in their EBRs towards the south and the west. And it looks like there is a big waterside commitment coming from the defending side here. All the CS and chieftains from Enway are moving towards the peninsula there. Rishik getting blind fire, taking one shot. Holy Talks dodging the shot of Rishik, who is now also spotted. But yeah, White Rock there taking the position in the bushes in his CS. He should be able to, exactly, you can see it, everyone spotted there on the side of Enway. And big push coming on the other side as well. It looks like Silent in his 907 will take the lead. Enrico taking one shot for his troubles. Panuker, happy birthday, man. Yeah, Lucan will be the 279 situated on G4, holding the lines and protecting the cap. And yeah, big push coming on the other side. Let's see what they have prepared. Christoph there being the first line of defense. Vudok taking 800 damage. But now Hyon should be able to put some shots into the tanks in the back. Looks like Niall was able to protect his buddies in the CS behind him. Slight HP lead for Hive. Enway obviously still holding strong on their positions there. On the other flank, I will quickly switch. Silent there with his Turbo 907 now. Trying to provide some more angles against Lucan. Benzo pushed under in his 907, and there's obviously also, you can see it, Never driving up. So Lucan now being flanked by 2 to 3 907s, but there is Sandokan and Enrico and Tondula trying to snipe down on Never and Silent. Some damage coming in onto Lucan, and Hive looks like they found some better angles as they're not really taking shots in return. Now it's on Enway to decide on how they want to distribute the remaining forces. If they lose this 279, they will be down a tank, but the game isn't over.
Yeah, I mean, the 279 should shortly fall silent and never have free shots, and it's going to be Benzo to pick him up. By the way, the left side in the ops mod settings
Is the
needs
team
to
in which
be...
you are.
Okay, nice, easy. Other than that, yeah, Enway sort of parking the bus here. It's going to be very, very important for Hive to find out immediately that there is a passive EBR in J23 in that area, sort of. And Rishek now being sent up along with Shockish to maybe provide some more spots here. And the thing is, if Hive is able to get some unspotted tanks towards the one line and do an overpush there, I think that could have quite a lot of success with possibly later cap pressure, because there's not that many tanks who can actually really shoot it.
Talking about it, they just pulled Trundles there. But he actually also gets spotted in his 907. I mean, he makes it behind the building, but now good decision making here by Never to immediately start shooting down the destructible building here.
By the way, live update, Beyond taking the lead against Pure 2 and 1 there in between them.
Oh, interesting. I mean, they were defending on Sand River, if I remember correctly, because they started attacking on the map before, and Sand River has base 2 as the defending side, but I might be mistaken. Yeah, Rishik actually down to a one-shot now. You can see the HP stabilized at roughly 4k HP difference. What is your recommendation of what they should do now, Key?
That is a good question here. I mean, Hype, they're rotating over towards the west here with a lot of tanks, so I guess that is where their final push will come in. 5 minutes and 40, not that much time left to work with. And, kurva. The size of the minimap is again fucked.
I know.
Yeah. I can fix that for the next matches, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll update you once there is any interesting stuff going on in between Invil and Thunder, and then we can switch over.
Yep, sure. Yeah, and you can see there is some kind of push being prepared directly on the red line. I'm not sure if that was to not get spotted or if they just wanted to align them all in the end of the map to maximize the distance that the Enway shots have to fly. Now you can see a big push coming, reaction and Ali in their 279s, trying to take some shots, but big damage coming in from Enway. The HPs are back to 2k HP difference, but the yellow wave is rolling. Vervi and Ali there in their 279s, and Chieftain still nearly full HP. Trundolf in his CA63 is just rolled over by the yellow wave, I'm sorry. Never picking up the kill, and Sandokan should be the next one to fall.
Yes, indeed, the overpush is coming in here, and that is just going to be a cascade effect for the side of Hive here, who are up like 5k HP. They're going to get Sandokan for free, and then they can put their Chieftains and 279s in some hold-on positions. Mind you, they also have control over the cap, so the timer is on here for the side of Enway. I don't know if you want to switch over really quickly, but Moro is also being played very, very aggressively here by Invil. If you take a look at the minimap. It is Invil taking complete 2-3 line control. Meanwhile, the complete forest is under the control of Thunder here. Sorry about the UI scaling issue. I guess I will correct that for the next games. But at the moment, Invil very, very aggressive. The HP still somewhat even. The kills are in favor of Thunder at the moment, but I think Invil should have more guns in the fight here at the moment. Thinking in his CS is probably the next one to fall, and after this we should probably head north to see what's happening here. And it is indeed Thunder encroaching onto the tanks of Invil, looking for an overpush. Invil, as you can see on the minimap on the 2-3 line, are pulling back a lot of tanks here to try and deal with this issue. At the moment, Invil up in combat tanks here, also up in HP, and Kopan and like they're trying to stay alive, buy as much time as they can for their people on the 2 and 3 line to come over. Never in a CS actually dropping here, and this is huge disengagement on the A line. Vampire taking away the position from Monster, and then he will be able to farm Kopan and like for free. However, Pansfury, Piotrix, and Tishek, they are now arriving here against Crespix and Shadow. Those are going to be hard pressed to hold on here. Kono dropping down to a one-shot in the cap. Meanwhile, in his EBR, it's only going to be Vampire who will be able to really farm for free onto the Invil tanks. Meanwhile, the HP has shifted. It's Thunder who are actually up in them now. However, the guns are favoring Invil.
Yeah, taking a look at the other game, I guess not needed. We saw... Wait. I'm sorry. Okay, back. Yeah, we saw the game was literally over already. So, good stuff there coming in from Hive. They overrolled Enway in the southern part, and yeah, now took a successful 3-0 over the Czech team. I would say the cap circle is a bit of an issue still. 50 seconds left between Invil and Thunder. Rexer, I'm not sure if he's aware in which bush he is, but he cannot waste shots to just blind fire there. 50 seconds left leaves him some time to first kill Crespix if possible, but Czech is directly next to him. Vampire in a very strong position, and you can see Invil dropping HP left, right, center, now down to roughly half the HP of Thunder, and this might be the end of it.
Indeed, Vampire now trying to close out the deal here. He recognizes he doesn't even need to kill Rexa here, as Czech is going to deal with that one. Vampire instead going over here to kill Like and eliminate one more possible reset angle, because take a look at the cap. It's only 18 seconds and there is no real way to spot or stop this EBR from what he's doing. Invil, after being up 2-0 in convincing fashion, on Himmelsdorf rather, getting beaten, getting battered, getting bruised on Proco, and now on Muro, it seems to me like Thunder, they are making a convincing comeback, the complete remontada. It seems to me like, yeah, basically Russians greater Invil, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty convincing here from the side of Thunder. I mean, Barbarian came back, and you can see here very strong stuff also coming in from 3px team called Hive. Sorry that we kind of cut between the games. We have to find a better solution for that in the future. But yeah, good stuff here coming in from the team around the birthday boy Panuka, who has also his 18 cap points. And I guess with 2 minutes left, we can directly jump into the next game. Today will be, yeah, a bit of a roller coaster here. We have Raid prepared against Tilt Fists.
Where again is the config, by the way? Mhm.
Well, and yeah, we are basically directly jumping into the next game. This game will be, yeah, the match of the two tilt teams. You can see in the, yeah, starting in the attacking slot, we have Raid. I would say the more known team here, double EBR, 1 CS, and a lot of chieftains. Tilt Fists coming in with triple 279 and double. I switched the colors aside. Okay, now it should be fixed. Yeah, Tilt Fists coming in with double EBR and a CS, while there's triple 279 and double EBR on the side of Raid. Sorry for the confusion. But yeah, Raid defending 1k HP advantage because of the triple 279 and only, yeah, and only having heavy tanks instead of further chieftains. Siki there hugging his two favorite buildings. And Alexandros, he was yeah, not available to play in the qualifier, but now replaces Lemmy Sandros in the EBR slot. Lemmy playing a 279 full field mod, so
Oh, Siki taking a shot here. Oh, taking a second one even. I was about to say one shot doesn't seem like much on the EBR. Taking a third, taking a fourth, and into the garage he goes. Yeah, the rather low HP of the EBR. You need to be ever so careful with that tank. And Siki not being sneaky, booking his ticket out of this game immediately. That's not a good start for Tilt Fists here at the moment.
yeah, you can see Hannes taking one shot as well, but still on roughly 1k HP. Gonzi apparently took an HE shell, so he dropped nearly 500 HP. And taking a look at the overall HP, we have a 3k advantage now for the defending team, who is in full control of the city. Now has all the time that they need to pull back on the other flank, set up some crossfire, set up some defensive spotting, and I have to say, this game is literally over already.
Yeah, Raid having every kind of advantage that they could ever want. The thing is, the only way that Tilt Fists could have a successful push is if they pushed on the southern side right now, but by doing that, they would be exposing their cap. And Catiquel in the north there, in the CS63, taking some damage, dropping down to 1312 HP at the moment, trying to make his way out of this situation here. But the thing is, not only did he lose HP, he's giving up a lot of ground here that Tilt Fists will be hard-pressed to recover if they should choose to repush the north.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right now, Peeker in his not field modded... Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Peeker in his not field modded 2-7 Chieftain, Skirpy, Alexi David, and Fly, they're all now trying to repush the city, but I don't think that this can work. I mean, they will take some shots on the cross and they will drive into the stationary guns there off Tilt Raid. And I think that's one of those pushes that is just doomed to fail.
Yeah,
you can see that's basically a two-way pincer. You can see Koma, Bunter, Horse, and Jgrave also driving in. But while I just mentioned that, yeah, they're driving into stationary guns, I also feel like they're driving into a bit of a crossfire. You can see Alexandros and rerolls were already able to, yeah, spot out the complete push. Another shot coming in from rerolls, Old Kings, and Jackefa. Yeah, putting in the pressure from the sideline there. This E2 position, very great for hull down sniping. And yeah, just take a look at the HPs. 7k difference.
Oh, Alexandros taking another hit here, dropping down to a possible one-shot for medium tanks even. So Yeah, maybe Lemmy would have done a better job. Who knows? Some shots being traded now by Raid and Tilt here. With, I would say, at the moment the better end for the Tilt Fists team. However, still obviously crazy HP advantage here, like 6k or something. And the problem remains for Tilt Fists. They need to push here. Bunter taking another shot here in the city, and they cannot really advance there. That's their problem. The tanks that they have committed to the small village with like Alexi David and Fly, if they want to join the fray in the city, they will take shots by Old Kings and Jackafa and rerolls, possibly even for free. You even have the 279 there in the back, poised to take a pot shot or two at crossing chieftains. And this just leaves the 4 tanks in the northmost side of the map to be able to push, but I don't think they can with the HP remaining. Now we see Tiltfists trying to make some sort of move here on the lower side. Destroyer and his chieftain holding the position, trying to take a shot at Gonzi, does decide against it because obviously he cannot know what's behind the EBR. Wise decision. And meanwhile,
looks like Smiley and his boys decided to now move forward carefully. I don't think that would have actually been needed, but yeah, now they are the ones driving into stationary guns. Koma being here a bit separated. Mayo, Lemisandros, and Smiley should be able to picking up shortly. Bunter would be the next one to fall if Koma drops, and that would lead to a big cascade effect. Mayo and Aladdin now pushing through. Jgrave trying to put another shot into Kalyomang, who is currently Amoract. Kalyomang being dropped. Horse now in a heap of trouble. Mayo coming from one side, Aladdin from the other side, and Raid has stabilized their positions, still up on 5k HP, and if there's no subtraction of like some tanks being separated, I don't really see that group of tilt tanks surviving this push.
Yeah, the group of tilt tanks, they are being enveloped at the moment in some yellow avalanche. Mayo and Lemisandros together with Aladdin coming from the right side at the moment, attacking Skerpi in the back. And now it's just the superior amount of guns here for Raid in the city that are going to secure victory overall in that area of the map. And if you take a look at the south, I don't think an EBR and the Chieftain are enough to win against an EBR and the Chieftain, namely when one of the players on the yellow team is Destroyer, one of the past MVPs in the 15v15 tournaments as well, I believe, and he's not going to make any mistakes here except putting the IA. I heard Niall talking about this earlier today in some Discord chats, and he said IA on Chieftain just does not make any sense.
Yeah, I guess we can ask Destroyer about his opinion on that later. He didn't change it from the qualifier towards the group stage, so he might have made some positive experience with it. But if you're a player of that caliber, I guess you can even make a Chieftain with binos and optics work. So good stuff coming here from Raid, picking up the first round. Very convincing performance. And maybe you can give us an update on the Beyond match.
The update on the Beyond match at the moment is that Beyond took the win 3-1 over Pure.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, that means that we have two games here at least left for Raid versus Tilt. And obviously we also have the post-game screen for you. Raid with their defensive win, picking up round number 1. Now we will switch the sides and continue a second round on Live Oaks. After Live Oaks, we have Cliff and Ensk for you, but obviously we will only reach end in case of a 2-2. And yeah, the tiebreaker would be again decided by the fastest victory in the attacking slot. So in this case, you have side 2 on Live Oaks and side 2 on Cliff. I would say Raid a bit in the favorite position here. I would say more experienced team, better team synergy, but I guess Bunter will have everything under control in the Tilt team to not tilt after round 1 immediately with that many
full control.
Yep, with that many like players that have a lot of experience as well. Maybe not all together in the same team. I mean, Koma was playing in Raid and Koma was playing in a couple of other teams. I know that some of the Spanish guys in the team were playing with more, but I'm pretty sure that they will find a good way of communicating and making it over this yeah, small first defeat there.
I mean, both of those teams have played tournaments in the past, probably trained against each other even, since both of them are in the same clan. So I would guess there is sort of a friendly rivalry probably going on in between both of those. And yeah, we'll see. Oh, is there a prediction to be paid out?
I think that was already done.
Okay, easy. So now, I
Yeah,
guess I
now-
do a 5-minute prediction in between Raid and Tilt Fists.
Yeah, I guess that would be fine.
Ah, okay, it's already done. Easy.
Switman doing his job. Amazing. Thanks a lot. I guess I will update the stream title then as well, and we can directly jump into the next game. Double EBR 1279, 1 CS63. That looks like a pretty Chieftain heavy setup.
Unsurprisingly on Live Oaks. And yeah, as we are, I guess we can take a look at both teams' lineups here. Raid obviously coming in with WBR, as you said, 1 CS, 1279 Rest Chiefs. Tilt Fists, meanwhile, double EBR, double 907, double 279s, and the rest also Chieftains. Okay, let's go. How do I switch like the team colors?
Control, Alt, and U. That should be the solution for you.
Control Alt U.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't work. Unlucky.
Okay, I guess we can fix that after.
Yeah.
Yeah, Siki and Hannes being the EBRs here facing off to each other, and on the other side we have Alexandros, who is now driving between the buildings. Good shooting coming there from the back. Manfred, known to be successful sniper. Alexandros having to take another cross, making it through, getting unspotted as well. One shot for him. Please don't ram your chieftains. Okay, Siki taking a shot against Hannes. I mean, not a big problem if it's the first shot that you take. And Pussyquel taking over his position. Yeah, the map is being split into the northern city area. I guess the continuous push coming there in from Old Kings, who still hasn't had the time to put proper field modifications on his chieftain. Kalium, Mangel, and Destroyer following the train here, putting down some pressure onto Horse and Pika, but they have good cover. Manfred and Mato both being set up there, and I don't think that's a good idea to push here.
The thing is, there is some tanks out of game still by the Tailed Fists, but they are being rallied over at the K line, and Horse not even dead yet. He doesn't get shielded by Pika. Not sure. Okay, he's gonna make a hold on for Pika. Not sure how long Pika is gonna survive there. However, the tank's still driving over the 1-2 line into the ditch. Once that is done, they will be able to free farm Manfred and Mato. However, Destroyer double tracked in the open, loses a lot of HP. Meanwhile, Pika also falling, so that pocket, that angle is gone here. Mato, the last remaining chieftain, does get a nice pickup onto Old Kings. Now he's going to have to contend with 5 tanks even in the ditch who are going to make short work of him. Raid, they bled heavily, but somehow they were able to claw back with the HP and even have the HP lead as well as the gun advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Raid only lost 2 vehicles, still 2 EBRs in the game, and they didn't really give up the complete control over the northern part, so they still have their triple heavy tank there with Aladdin, Jekifa, and Katya, and Hannes is still sitting on comfortably full HP in a CBR. I would say a bit of a shooting issue maybe on the side of Tilt. I don't know, like they had a lot of guns pointed at the push. You can see 4 tanks that were picked up, plus the EBR in the back, plus the tanks like Skirpy and Bunter. And I guess Katya is losing some HPs on the other side. Koma, Kitty Quell, and Aim pushing in here. But yeah, Kata being supported, we were talking about it, by Hannes in the full HP EBR, now taking over the spot. And you can see Aladdin and Jekifa both coming in there with their chieftains bringing more than 4k HP to hold this side. Still, Raid has to lose another tank apparently. Killer Pit in this 279 here, holding strong, still sitting on 1.4k HP, now being sandwiched by the guns of both directions. But yeah, Kaljamangel dropped in the meantime. Sorry for the confusion. Now the tanks are a bit more even again. And Raid has to push. That was the last point that we were having a discussion about. What are the next steps that you would suggest them to go for?
I mean, even though they generated like a gun advantage and have more HP, the thing is the camp that Tilt Fists is employing is still sort of holding. Like they cannot put anyone onto the cap to generate pressure against Tilt Fists because, well, they do have double EBR, but they need to be ever so careful with doing that. They are rotating people away from the north at the moment. So my best guess is that they're going to try to do some western push over the one line.
Look at Gunzi. He's very aggressive here in his EBR. He has some chieftains on the ridgeline in the back that are supporting him. And yeah, he will try to, I guess, even take completely under. Hannes should get the timing. Yeah, he directly... No, he didn't. He actually got spotted behind the bushes there by Gonzi. And you can see the complete rotation there was spotted. Both Hannes and Aladdin plus Jakifa and their chieftains. So that could lead to some kind of reaction here. You can see exactly those tanks will all move towards the south. So you know 2 chieftains were pulled towards the western side. There is no immediate danger here.
Gonzi even gets the bush to be able to spot the 907s should they make a move. Is well played by him.
Good stuff. I mean, Gonzi, one of the few players in this team that actually has fists already. Now Hannes will approach Gonzi. Not really getting punished so far. Taking one shot,
finally. Ooh.
Returning the favor.
Hannes but to be honest, Gonzi can stay safe.
Hannes taking another shot. Hannes on 400 HP. A chieftain would be able to pick him up if he gets respotted. And there is Killer Pit with the pickup. 440 alpha picking up without even having to high roll. And it looks like also they were successful in retaking the buildings here. It looks good for Tilt Fists in my opinion now.
Yes, the spot that Gonzi provided was super well timed, and they were able to reshuffle all their tanks, pull them westwards towards their own cap. It's 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. And honestly, Killer Pit, there are no angles to really counter him at the moment for a raid. It is Smiley taking the brunt of the damage in the encounter of those double 279s here. But yeah, Smiley, he's the one that actually has to be careful at the moment. Double 907 being pulled by Raid now to overpush to the 0 line. I guess the chieftain with Katya is also going to have a word in this discussion. However, also on the 1-2, finally Raid is starting their push, I would say. Aladdin, Magnus, Jakifa, Ricochet, all of them are starting to cross the open ground. However, gigantic damage already. Ricochet taking 2, and now every tank by Tilt Fist seems to be on reload. However, Ricochet down to 6 HP. He's not going to make it across, I don't think. Siki trying to go away in his EBR. He's down to a one-shot. He probably overstayed his welcome there, as he does get picked up. And now Jakifa and Ricochet, they are going to try to push Catiquel out of there. Catiquel does get set on fire. Still Tilt Fists with more HP here, but I would say the positions, the angles, they slightly favor Raid at the moment.
Yeah, Aladdin now having to push in. Bunter still putting in the hurt. Jgrave would be the next one to be picked up if Aladdin pens his shot. Aladdin? Timmy picks up the kill. Yeah, you can see HP's directly swinging in favor of Tilt Fist. A lot of bleeding was happening there. But Lemisandros and rerolls won the other side together with Katya picking up Koma there, and the repush has to come now from Tilt Fist. They're down in guns, up in HP. If they can kill some tanks now, Magnus, Aladdin, and Timmy, they're all low HP. Skirpy can sacrifice some of his HP to balance that out. Could pick up via fly. not focusing out Magnus, so Timmy might be able to put in one more shot. Bounce is coming in onto the lower plate of Skirpy. I don't know how that happened. And this looks pretty good for Tilt Fists, who are still on the defending side.
Indeed, some Monka aim, or Pepega aim, rather, going on in between both of those games. But in the meantime, Alexandros picking up Gonzi and rerolls picking up Aimlil. But still, it is triple Chieftain here. Radio Primate goes for the kill onto Ricochet. Yes, he trades out his HP for doing that, but it just removes one more gun. And the thing is, he's the only one-shot. Skirpy, don't think anyone's going to roll him, and Fly is still comfortable on 1200.
Yeah, I guess Alexandros has to be the man making it happen now. He has to push probably onto Radio Primate, who is now side-scraping in his Chieftain. I mean, maybe he survives the roll. Good shot there by rerolls. I mean, the too much W and 8 will just serve the damage into the Chieftain tank there. But yes, 70... Yeah, I don't know. I would say it's like
close.
70%.
Alexandros making the cross right now over the open. Ooh. Alexandros not spotted yet, from what I can tell.
Ooh, and good shot by Katja.
Yeah, Radio does get picked up, so it's only Skirpy and Fly. And the thing is, Katja, he can take a hold down position.
Good shot by Alexandros as well.
Oh my goodness, Skirpy down to a one-shot. He was the tank that was on a lot of HP. Rerolls now coming, but does get high-rolled here by Skirpy. So now it's a 2v2. And Katja, he has the hold-down position, does get penetrated. However, Alexandros now spotted. He needs to be careful. They don't even need HE to kill him. And I think Tilt, at the moment, they have done it because Katja bounces one more. Now Alexandros needs to make some magic happen, and Katja needs to high-roll, but I don't think that's going to happen. Katja does get the high-roll up, and Alexandros, he does not penetrate his shot. It's Skirpy on 63 HP, clinging on to dear life, and gets the round on the board for Tilt Fists.
What a game. I mean, could it be any closer?
He could have been on 62 HP.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see two non-penetrating hits here by Alexandros.
Oh man, he's not going to be happy with himself. Oh, that is so unfortunate for him, but at the same time, you love to see it. Skirpy being the hero for his team here. And it's after the first map of Live Oaks, it's going to be 1-1, all tied up. And we're not cooling down, we're directly heading over to Cliff. Whew. Obviously, this is the only match going on right now, which means there are no other results to basically share with you at the moment. But obviously, once there's multiple matches going on, I think we will split up again and show two at once.
Yep. Key has set up his observer mat properly now as well, so...
Me, bro. It wasn't even my fault. But I know what the problem was here for Raid. It was just that Destroyer fell early.
Yep. We will blame it on him.
No, like he got double tracked. Like if he doesn't get double tracked there, then he can carry his team after Copium.
Yeah, but that obviously is a big swing in this game. I mean, the difference
in a game like this, basically every shot counts.
Yeah, I mean, it was also that the Chieftains that were fighting the 279s at the very end in the courtyard, there were a couple of bounces as well. So, yeah, if that doesn't happen, both teams could have had a bit easier times winning this one. I guess Skirpy will be fine with this result.
I mean, Skirpy will say GG easy, because that's what you say when a game was close.
Yeah, exactly.
And when a game was easy, you say GG was close, obviously. I always want to wish the GG to the enemy team after winning.
Always being nice, guys. Yeah, in the meantime, we have 30 seconds to take a look at this lineup. That looks very Cliff-like. Double Chieftain, 4 times the 277, 5 CS63s, and 4 907s for the side of Tilt. Tilt is in the position where they can still get a 3-point victory. Obviously the same for Raid. We saw Thunder versus Invil ended up in a 2-3 winning for Thunder, who is now group leader with 2 points. As Invil also scored 2 rounds, they will now sit on 1 point only. In the other group, Hive and Beyond won their games in, decisive manner, both 3-1. So they will now sit on 3 points waiting for the results of the second round then.
All right, lineups coming in. Raid with CS, a lot of 277s, 4 of them. Double Crown, 150B, 1 EBR, 1 TVP, and a few CSs. Has Raid not heard about the Chieftain being an available tank? Tilt certainly has. Double Chief, some CSs, some 907s, but both of those setups, they are screaming middle commitment. They are screaming all-out brawl, and that's exactly what we're gonna get here.
Yeah, you can see the TVP situated at the lower side. Sometimes you use a 50B sub for that. Sometimes you use a TVP. The TVP will now probably try to clip onto the ramp. You can see Hannes here. He is very knowledgeable about how to drive towards those positions, providing all the spots. Good, only taking 1 shot. And now he might be the one blocking for his teammates. He doesn't. Cardio Mangel, Katja, both going up. Ricochet also going up. Jackifa not even HP boosted in the right slot, but all going up on full HP. The big push is happening on the lower side. All the 907s pushing into Smiley, Timmy, Link, and Aladdin. What a big brawl.
Yes, indeed. Horse over pushing in his 907, his 277, but he's not really helping him. Horse paying the ultimate price. Nice focus fire here by the 277s of Raid. However, now they are reloading. Timmy getting picked up in return, and Link as well. The CSs from the upper side for Tilt Fists are doing a lot of damage. I don't think the CSs by Raid are having as good shots at the moment. At the moment, Tilt Fists also leading by 2000 HP here. And keep in mind, Bunter is out of the game here. Very unlucky. He didn't connect quite yet. Seeki getting torn to pieces in his CS on the ramp. Scarpy, the hero of last round, overpeaking, getting 1 kill, taking only 1 shot in return. Now a second finally comes in, and Tilfist, they are now rotating with triple CS onto Lemmy in his TVP. The triple CS, they are going to find the TVP with his pants down. He takes 1 shot already, and they will probably be able to pick him up if Lemmy is not able to go around the corner, taking another shot down to a 2-shot at the moment. The hill fight has sort of stabilized. Jackifar trying to do something with the CS, but it's all about this engagement here with the TVP. Lemmy Sanders does get picked up here by Gonzi, and now suddenly Tilfist, they are looking strong, they are looking healthy, they just need Bunter to reconnect.
Yeah, if Bunter will connect, they have a decent chance of still taking this round, but the hill is in firm control of Katja, Jackifa, and Ricochet, who's also still sitting on a comfortable 450 HP, so he can take a shot from a CS or a 907. You can see aim there, now poking towards Alexandros, who is spotted, might take a shot for this cross. Looks like, yep, exactly, Alexandros took one for his trouble, so the HPs are evened out again. Bunter, unfortunately, still hasn't connected. But yeah, 7.5 minutes left. Magnus taking another shot, I guess by the CS again. And I don't really think we have seen any crazy action by the Kranwagen so far.
No, the Kran, where is it even? There it is.
I mean, Rerolls died earlier. He was, sacrificed in the brunt of the battle. And Magnus trying to, I don't know, side scrape against aim there. Yeah, I guess this here is the wreck of the Kranwagen here, getting pincered from the side. Very unfortunate for Tilt Fists. Obviously, Raid does not necessarily know that the 277 is disconnected.
I am a little taking 1 shot here. I'm not sure if he was able to retaliate onto Destroyer. However, Destroyer and Alexandros, both of them spotted for this rotation here at the moment. Alexandros also taking 1 shot, both Destroyer and Alexandros within 1 shot range here for Chieftains at the moment. So they are sort of stuck here at the moment. Still though, hill control firmly in Raid's hands. So I would say over time, they will have the better shots simply due to having the higher ground. And I think at the moment, Tilt Fists, they are just waiting for Bunter to reconnect. Normally I thought German internet was crappy, not the British one.
Yeah, I mean, after... let's not start any EU discussion now. But yeah, taking a look at the split on the minimap, it's very clear on what the strengths and weaknesses of both teams are. You can see very important position. All this area here is being controlled. This big red block here will provide good vision on any kind of rotation in this area. But it looks like, while I was talking, a big push is coming in now. Jekifa, Katya, and in the back, Kalium and Ricochet are pushing onto the Chieftains there. Skirpy, Pika, Mato, all one-shots. Raid has to make sure they're picking up the guns now. Killer Pit dropping as well to 800, but he was nearly full HP. He could take some shots, but now Raid pushing in. Big HP advantage coming in over 1k. If that many guns are still in the game, that makes a big difference. And with that many HPs being on Bunter, the HP difference, in fact, is more than 3k now.
Yeah, indeed. Keep in mind, 2,550 HP of those are not in the fight. Also, one gun is not going to participate here. Aimlil, Grave, and Gonzi with desperate efforts. Aimlil even on the lower side trying to find Hannes here. Both of them do a shot of damage, but Destroyer is going to be able to save Hannes from destruction. And now Old Kings does pick up Grave. Gonzi, the last tank in the battle, actually participating here for Raid. And very, very unfortunately, Bunter still in his own cap. Not connected.
Look how many shots he's bouncing.
Yeah. I guess he's not going to be happy regardless of how many shots he bounces. Yeah, so I guess Raid 2-1 over Tilt Fists. And match point now on Cliff, and it's going to be Raid's attack. But it's crazy. Like, also yesterday, there were points in time in which CSs were just granted to drive up the hill full HP. Normally, you want to deal as much damage as possible.
Yep. I will, as I'm getting in-game messages that are obviously private towards the captains, I will quickly go back to showing you the schedule for today. I'm not sure if that's something we can clarify immediately. Okay. Yep. Sorry for the interruption, but I mean, obviously we are not disclosing any messages from captains here. I was talking about the Kranwagens not really shining through, but I have to take back what I said and just, say the opposite. 666 here for rerolls. I guess he made his tank work. He died pretty early, but if you put in 2 full clips, that's definitely worth. And Magnus top damage, 13 shells fired, 13 hits, and 11 penetrations. Bunter actually bouncing 9 shells, 2,500 pounds. I guess he will not really be happy about that, but the team has enough players to continue playing here. I'm not sure if Bunter, I think Bunter just completely disconnected now. But yeah, I guess Horse or one of the other players, maybe Radio or Koma, will continue leading.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it would be sad to see that the match is decided by a disconnect. In the meantime, obviously, you saw the special battle window blinking. The qualifier,
you want me to go to a different one?
No, we have...
We got lit time?
8 minutes. Yeah, I guess we can finish this match, this game at least. And yeah, Anyway versus Pure will be the next one that we will be spectating. Hive versus Beyond running in parallel. Actually, we could think about watching Hive versus Beyond because both of those teams won. Question mark. But I would highly suggest we first continue watching the match
first
between
of all
the 2 Tilt teams. I hope that with 15 players, and I mean there are enough FCs in this team, we see a nice round 4. Sorry to have to bring to you this 14 versus 15 game, but I felt it was still a pretty close one. And yeah, now with full numbers again, a lot of CS63s being brought here, double Chieftain, quadruple 277 and 1907. On the other side, we see double TVP. That's actually something a bit unusual. Double 907 as well. 7 CS, double Chieftain, and double 277 for raid. Oh, you can see that double TVP is not being committed at all to the lower side as we saw earlier. I mean, you don't have shots onto the ramp, but maybe you try to clip onto the incoming donut push. You can see the big red push there coming onto the lower side. Jekifa Link being directly diverted towards...
Oh, it's going to be very interesting how much
side?
damage will actually be dealt onto the CSs that are climbing up the ramp at the moment. There is a lot of tanks by Tilt Fists already that could be firing at them. However, so far no shots connecting. Finally, Katja takes one in the back. Same for Destroyer, Alexandros as well. But, oh, Destroyer, I think he got tracked there, and that is going to cost him dearly as... no, actually, again, like, Gonzi also not taking shots so far in his CS is like, why do people let the CSs up for almost free? And I mean, once again,
Koma
Raid with control over the hill.
I don't know, climb up here, failed that climb. I would suggest, if you want to still get up there, send a CS, because the push around the hill is coming from the side of Raid. You can see here the CS and the TVP immediately making it through. And if they make it further, there's nothing situated on K5, and Koma and Siki will be in a heap of trouble.
Hannes with his TVP now, inching ever closer. Siki, I believe he's pushing up Koma in his chieftain. They want to boost the chief onto the hill. Not the worst of things to do, I would say. The chief is going to be able to outtrade a lot of the CSs there. However, there is one CS in the back and he takes a shot at him. Koma starts to burn immediately. That is bad RNG here. Kalium is going to be happy with the outcome of this situation. However, he does take a shot or two. Right now, he needs to be careful. I guess Gonzi should be the first tank. He should be outtrading here since he's going to be hold down and Gonzi is completely in the open. That's exactly what's happening here. Just the positional game working completely in favor of Raid here at the moment. This is why Siki also drops, and now we see rerolls and Smiley in the 907 and the 277 respectively being rotated over the J line. That's going to be even worse positions now for the red tanks, for Tilt Fists on the hill. Even Hannes in his TVP going into the Haldan now to shoot at Koma, and immediately Koma starts bleeding heavily regarding HP, drops down and out of the game, and the Raid tanks, they're just taking position by position from Tilt Fists here. Even though Tilt Fists on the 1-2 line, they have presence established now.
Yeah, so you could see those two 907s first pushed out here. Now they're trying to encrawl onto this CS. You can see that's Jekifa, and he's only sitting on 80 HP left. Gonzi dropping in the meantime. That's the third gun down, and we can see if Aladdin might be able to help here against the 907. Jekifa, good positioning, driving around the stone, trying to take some cover, trying to make himself as expensive as possible. Jgrave should be able to pick him up now. Jekifa not being able to return a shot because there is a shot coming from Kittyquel in the back. Still, Raid on bit of a gun lead, 2 guns in favor of Raid. Still also staying close, I would say, when it comes to the HPs. And yeah, we will need to see what the German team has prepared now. Piker will get clipped from the side. You can see the TVP there. Lemisandros putting in 2 good shots. The CS rotating back immediately. Also, one CS, we talked about it yesterday, being situated here in the double bush position for potential decaps in case of a yellow push towards the cap. But 6 minutes left and a lot of action hopefully still to come.
Indeed. Raid, they have sort of the eastern part of the map, but the donut presence by Tilt, it is not easily broken. They have all the positions they could want there. The thing is, once Raid gets even more crossfire positions, then it could start turning ugly for Tilt Fists here at the moment. HP are almost dead even with a gun advantage for the side of Raid at the moment. Now Catechwell in the CS being sent up slightly, besides the cap. And there is some movement going on at the donut, but I don't think they're going to start repushing here any second, simply because they don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, with the information that we have right now, I would suggest Raid to just take all their tanks and do something like this. So you can Brunton with all your tanks This tank would be out of game. This tank would be out of game. This tank would be out of game. Your only tank out of game for your side would be the CS here on this side, but this has some control over the lower side, so you can maybe shoot the CS here or put some cross shots here if they're being pushed back. It looks like that's exactly what is going to happen now. I guess someone read my mind. Smiley there trying to see how aggressively the F3 and F2 positions are being played. Keep in mind there are a lot of mediums and some of them are actually pretty soft, especially the TVPs that have to push in now. Timmy Magnus building the first line. Smiley taking big hits and kind of giving away the idea already. Now the pincer is coming. You can see the double TVP and the Chieftain are hesitating a bit. Good shots coming in from Tilt Fist. Raid dropping immediately. Alexandros, Ricochet and Link trying to somewhat provide with a crossfire. A lot of HP drops. Raid kind of stabilizing right now. The TVP clips will be empty soon. The CS still out of game. Aim now shooting from the lower side, but you can see the red forces are being pushed down towards the lower positions. Old King's Destroyer, Smiley, everyone shooting down on them. Timmy's still having some HPs to share.
I would love for the TVPs to go in, and even though they are reloading, turn the turrets now, and that's exactly what's happening. Lemisandros and Hannes, they are going to be reloaded soon, and indeed, Grave is going to feel it now. He does get picked up. There's Alexi David on a one-shot as well. Skirpy dropping down to 21, dropping out of the game. Now Manfred in between a rock and a hard place, gets down to 100. Is he going to get out? No, he does get picked up last second. Now it's only Pika and Aimlil here on the 1-2 line, and then there is one more CS, namely Catiquel, remaining for the side of Tilt Fists. And Raid with a decisive donut repush. They make it here. They break Tilt Fists, and they are going to take the victory. A lucky one, an unlucky one for Tilt Fists with Bunter not being there in game number 3, but regardless, Raid overpowering their clanmates here and taking the 3-1 dub.
Yeah, I mean, unlucky, I have to say, that Bunter disconnected in game 3, but very good decisive movement here by Raid. I don't want to say I predicted what was supposed to be the right decision, but I somehow did already. The other games are obviously running in parallel. We missed the first game between Envy and Piger and Hive and Beyond, but I don't think that is a big issue. Yeah, pick which one we want to continue watching, and in the meantime, we can take a look at the post-game stats here. Hannes, 14-14 in his TVP. Great marksmanship.
I would say we pick...
11-11 from Lemmy as well. Yeah, good stuff by the TVPs.
I would say for the next game, we pick whoever comes out of the game first, to be honest. Because it's two interesting matches, since Enway against Pure is the matchup of the two losers of the first game, and Hive and Beyond is the matchup of winners. So yeah, both equally important, since basically Hive and Beyond are fighting for first place in groups at the moment, and Enway and Pure are fighting against the grim darkness of tournament elimination.
I mean, you can, in theory, lose 2 rounds and win the third one, get third place and start in the lower bracket. So that is still an angle, but you obviously don't want to hope.
It's not an angle you want to start from, or you want to take.
Yeah, so we can take a quick look at the current results of both groups. I will switch the scene. Yep, there we go. And yeah, as you can see, this is Group 1. Hive 1-1 after, I would say, a convincing victory against Enway. Beyond winning against Pure Goodnight 3-1 as well. So both already making sure they get the first points, very important points. Now, as we were just discussing, this is running right now. This is round 2. Hive versus Beyond. Basically plays for temporary first place and securing definitely a slot in the upper bracket. And Enway versus Pure will also be running right now. Also interesting as they are fighting for tournament survival, as Key mentioned. In the other group, now after first round being finished, Raid gets 3 points for their 3-1 victory against Tilt. And Invel is getting only 1 point for losing in the tiebreaker against Thunder. That means Raid on 3 points, Thunder on 2 points, Invel on 1 point, and Tilt Fist unfortunately having a disconnect in round 3, but still losing against Raid on 0 points.
I guess we just take a quick break for our voices, and then we'll be back with whoever exits the game first.
Yep, so you will get some music and we will be right back. Hey guys, we're back. Yeah, the next match to watch is Hive against Beyond. Hive leading the series.
Yeah, we're about to start into game number 2. As you can see, Hive took the first round here over Beyond on Live Oaks. Now it's going to be Hive attacking. So basically Beyond failing to pull their attack through here. And already some interesting tanks here if we take a look at the lineups. For Hive, it's rather standard, I would say. Double EBR, 99907, 1 CS, 2 279s, and then Chieftains. For the side of Beyond, we have double EBR, 1 STB, double 907, and the rest is Chiefs.
I just saw one of the chat messages and had to laugh.
Huh?
But yeah. Let's focus on the game. Yeah, as you mentioned, both teams coming with double EBR. Monster Killer der Tote. I would like him to, exactly, drive on the other side this time. I was not very convinced of him dealing with the enemy EBR on Live Oaks.
I think your colors are reversed, by the way. And it's Control-Shift-U.
I fixed that already. Yep. Yeah, so Rush driving in here on the city side, encountering Panuka, who decides to immediately go to the B1 position. I'm not even sure if he is spotted. Yes, he is.
Oh, Silent chasing Rush here. Silent taking one shot for his troubles, does not get a shot off on the EBR. The EBR obviously trying to run away. Silent now into the ditch. However, trades being made in between Panuka and Rush. One of them even was an HE shell by Panuka, so Rush down to 890. Finally, some proper setup on the EBR here. No standard equipment being used. Shots trying to find Rush, and Rush takes another HE shell and also gets rammed by Shorty, the Penta player here. Shorty now taking the brunt of the damage, leading the charge here. It's a bit disconnected somewhat. Pumarone and Tina Tryhard coming now. Finally, Davai HP management doing his name proud and going in last, but he does take shots here. Silent not even dead yet in his 907, finally does get picked up. Benzo, he's washed up, but he's holding strong in his ditch there. Now they need to overpush Shorty, attempting that, taking a shot immediately. And now finally the double chieftain here goes in, not without taking shots, but Benzo does get rammed here, double teamed by Shorty and Puma. Benzo trying to do whatever he can. He's going to put one more shot into Puma. I disagree with that. He should have tried to go for Shorty as he's lower HP, but we can see if he will be able to do one more as he does. Shorty dropping down to one shot, but dropping Benzo in return. Never in the 907, also falling.
Yeah, on the other flank, you can see here, they pushed under immediately Florian and Mystery Bob 666 now encroaching onto Ali in his 279. He doesn't really have a way to get away from this double 907, pincering him now. One from the back, one from the front. And yeah, look at this triple kill. Shorty, Borky, and Puma 1 being picked up immediately on the other flank. Hive still in a disadvantage when it comes to the HP advantage. But yeah, you can see a lot of tanks here being separated. Tina Tryhard sitting in the middle of this EBR, and the big force there coming around Attila, Vervi, and Christoph. Rishek has to be careful now. He should be able to pull back into his allies, but Beyond is having good HP advantage. And
Beyond, they have everything they could want. It is the Hive tanks that are pushing right now through a crossfire here. They're pushing onto Indertator, goodness, the nicknames. Anyway, they're pushing onto the purple tanks by Beyond. Yes, they have more guns, but there's a lot of guns in the background that are shooting at them. Nile, the next one to fall. Wilhelm in turn joins Nile in the grave. Now trades going on here, but Christoph taking a lot of damage from the chieftains in the background. Also Verbi down to 498 now. Shockish still alive and kicking on 1k at the top here, but Indatator and Scarf, they have so much HP to work with. Verbi now down to 45 HP, and keep in mind in the back there is Princess Beni with one chieftain just putting shot after shot, and he's gonna pick up Verbi here. Now it's only Shockish and Attila against Scarf and Indatator. They have the HP advantage here. Indatator not connecting his shot onto Shockish. Possibly Pega aim Shockish now with a missed trade here against Scarf, down to a 2-shot as well. Attila, nice shot onto someone out of screen. And now White Rock picking up another tank as well. It is double EBR for the side of Hive, one EBR only for Beyond, but the HP fill, Beyond pulling ahead. Shockish now with the overpush, going down to a 1-shot. And I think Beyond with the superior HP, they're going to do it. Reaction in his 279 dropping. And Princess Mbeni, I would love for him to go in and finally clean up this situation here. As he does,
Pick
Attila
up number
going down.
1 from Benny, and I guess Shokush will just be the next one to drop 3 tanks left for Hive. And yeah, we were talking about the defending and the attacking sides here. Beyond not making it through their first round, not making it through their attack, but very convincing victory here on the defending side. Only birthday boy himself, Panukar, and his friend Rishik in the EBRs still remaining. I guess they will try to get some more HPs, buy some time, but it won't make much difference anymore.
Alright, let me try to set up a prediction for this match. There we go, only 2 minutes. I mean, people will see that it's 1-0, but baited!
I mean, Scarf should be able to spot out Panuka now. And yeah, Panuka taking 1 shot by the Chieftain now. Cap is running, 2 people in the cap. Panuka trying to get away. Sky, solid shot. I'm not even sure if that was HE or an APCR high roll, but I guess that wouldn't change a lot. Rishek trying to survive here that last round. I don't think the Chieftain will get the reload onto him.
Possibly. We'll see.
Oh, actually he missed the shot, did he?
Let's for his sake say he didn't shoot. Doesn't matter. In the end, Beyond is gonna get the equalizer on the board here against Hive. I mean, if you want to, you can stay in this game and I go to the other one, and then we can.
I guess that will just lead to confusion between what stuff we are watching. I mean, we're having a good game on our hands, I would say. So let's, continue watching Himmelsdorf here. One of the all-time favorites of.
Also a score in between Enway and Pure. Enway leading at the moment 1-0.
Yep. And good stuff here. Honorable mention, Scarf. 6.3k damage, nearly 4 kills.
Just gaming on people. And overall, I didn't really like what basically Hive was doing there. They sort of got caught in their own push, and then suddenly they were in crossfire. Maybe bad timing or something. But in the end, they were forced into this 2-3 line push where they took a lot of damage on the cross, and then after that they had to fight hold on chieftains, which they couldn't really engage properly because they were being covered by tanks in the back. That was good stuff by Beyond. They just reacted well. They took the other side of the map meanwhile, and then they just had all the angles to work with.
I think strat-wise, it was well done by Beyond. Execution-wise, I would still say there were a lot of smaller flaws in it, especially when it comes to pushing into people and not going one by one. You could see it when they pushed onto Benzo, where, all of them literally took full salvo by everyone. Davai management was like 5, 6, 7 seconds late.
Also,
after Shorty already took the complete salvo, he was like, let me wait and get the same experience as well. But
also the EBR at the start that drove into one of his own chieftains.
Let's not focus on that, but concentrate on all the good things that are hopefully to be happening soon, especially this great round of Himmelsdorf with a triple 50B that I'm really looking forward to see. Score is 1-1. Everything can still happen between those two teams.
Wait, reaction on a 50B?
I mean, I guess I have 5 seconds left to move him back to the bench where he belongs.
Yeah, triple 50B. Then we have what seems like 5 279s, one E4 played by Nile, then Panuka CS, and the rest is Chieftains. On the other side, beyond, we have a double B and 4 279s rest Chiefs, so no E4 or CS shenanigans by the Germans here. I guess Hive, they have a faster lineup, not necessarily the heavier one though.
Yeah, I mean, they have one more 279, but they have a 50B that doesn't really provide you with a lot of armor. Same for the CS. We'll need to see what both teams were thinking when setting up those lineups. Panuka here, good equipment choices, going for full damage while not having anyone to contest the hill against him. So the CS doesn't need the turbo to be quick enough to contest the positions. And yeah, you can see Ali and Attila there in their 279s. They were able to spot out this initial 2-3 line aggression from beyond. Tina Tryhard, Shocker, and Rush immediately spotted out, and now the 279s are falling back. Niall took a shot already, but I guess he will be
He's
able to
pre-aiming for Rush. We'll see. And
bounces a shot.
I think it even hit the rail
car.
Well,
he didn't deal damage. That's the important fact.
Meanwhile, though, 2-3 line push coming in by Beyond. There are some tanks by Hive still on the hill. We're going to have to see how this 3-line push now actually works out, because they're pushing into Crossfire and they're now deciding to go onto the confines on the very narrow streets here, pushing onto Alia and Attila. Sith Destroyer still holding the front here to not let them get flanked by reinforcements. And indeed, Beyond finding two isolated 279s here. Yes, Rishek is there in the back, clipping out in his chief. Scarf needs to be very careful. Sith Destroyer also now low, but the 279s, they're falling. Attila already down.
Yeah, you can see the 50Bs on the rails. They're just a bit too late. Beyond, again, with a bit of an unsynchronized push. Shocker taking big damage there. Florian, Mystery Bob, and Rush, they have to get into the battle now. The 50Bs, yeah, they were waiting on the D1, D2 position to enter the fight, but it looks like right now, Beyond is not able to really push and get a big advantage. You can see Mystery Bob and Rush being surrounded by yellow tanks. The other push was more or less stopped. Hive in a big HP advantage now. Yeah, 4k, 5k HP up, and Florian is running for the... I don't know where he's running. He's just dead. Hive taking control over the game.
Hive taking control over the game, stabilizing somewhat. Lucas on the one line, he's going to be able to put some nice crossfire here. But if Hive manages to basically... get a push rolling here in the 3-line, then that could be good for them, because they have the overmatch there at the moment, even though you have to also keep in mind that they are defending, so they don't necessarily need to start the engagement here. They have Rishek and Benzo still on very, very healthy 50Bs on the lower side. Meanwhile, Reaction overlooking basically the whole battlefield from the hill on his 50B. Now the 1-2 line getting repushed here. Lucas being engaged by Silent and Panuka. However, Silent took a lot of damage in his 279 for this cross, down to a one-shot. Panuka, obviously, with his CS, he's trying to do what he can, but he cannot prevent Silent from falling here. Nice shot by Lucas, nice shot by Panuka as well. However, Panuka, he is going to need 3 shots against Lucas, and the problem there is Indurtator. He will be able to support Lucas. Panuka even bouncing his shots. That is a crucial one not to do, and Panuka now reversing here. Not sure if he's sure himself what he's doing at the moment. Vervi being pulled over to the one line to finally win that one decisively. Shockish with another nice shot into Indurtator, and now Vervi starts the engagement here. Does take one shot by Indurtator, but Lucas misses his shot crucially. Panuka coming in with the flank and the backstab. Lucas down and out of the game. That basically means the crossfire is gone, and the next one on the menu should be Indurtator, who picks up Shockish in a very, very nice flick. Panuka missing once again another crucial shot. He's not going to be happy about his CS gun, but Vervi rectifies his mistake, and now we are left with Beyond less than half of the HP of Hive.
Yeah, Profuzza now being able, like you can see, he has the elevated position in the window there on G6. Tina Tryhard, he's trying to hold down Profuzza, but yeah, he will not be able to protect all his low HP tanks there. Davai management, Willem Scarf. keep in mind there is still on the attacking side now the 50Bs, Benzo and Rishik both being on decent chunks of HP, pushing in there, and Hive will just crawl in and finish up this game, never picking up the Vaidavai management. Puma there now being left alone in the darkness or in the light of all the white and yellow Hive tanks. But yeah, beyond...
Where were you going with
I
that?
have no clue where I was going. Princess and Benny, Tina, Tryhard being the only ones left standing. Puma 1, last kill to be confirmed by Never. And that's the game. Beyond down on a 2-1 match point for Hive. And yeah, they will need to secure at least one more victory to get at least this one tiebreaker point. But we can also check the results of the other match.
And indeed, results are in. Enway 2-0 over Pure now.
Yeah, I mean, if Enway wins 3-0 against Pure, that would lead to very bad win-loss statistic for Pure as well. And they would really need to make a 3-0 or something like that happen to... in the last round, I guess, against Hive?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Which is nominally the strongest team.
But yeah, I guess we will find out about that later. Now we can praise Never here, 15, 14, 13. Top damage in this game. Rishik, 10.99 in his 50B. Also good performance by the Polish Fame import. Going for round number 2 on Himmelsdorf, we will have an attack by Hive. Looks like Panuka will stay on his CS63. Still the triple 50B coming in from Hive. Let me sort by vehicles. We had 5 279s before, and we still have 5 279s. So it looks like the same lineup, just without the E4. Wait, did they just pick an E4? No. Okay. One more 279. Yeah, one more 279, one less 50B, and another Chieftain? For...
we'll see.
Okay. The last vehicle wasn't picked.
There we go. Finally, setup seems to be complete here.
Yeah,
So
double CS, double 50B, 6 279. So one more 279 and one Chieftain was one E4 was moved towards a CS. I would say that looks to me like you want to contest the hill. Maybe if the enemy doesn't bring that many fast tank, the CS can still spot out the rails. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, it is not on us to decide on what they want to do.
Also, a huge part of the decision making on Himmels is going to be reacting to your enemy's setup. If the enemy has triple 50B, that warrants a different reaction as if he has, like, I don't know, 0 50Bs, 0 CSs. Because all of that basically indicates whether you want to maybe commit hill, or if you're baiting possibly for 2-3 line delayed with 8 line commitment. All of that will be unveiled soonish. We are headed into round number 4 in between of the match in between Team Hive and Team Beyond. Hive obviously on the match point, as you can see at the top, and Beyond coming into this game here with a 50B, an E Honda, a CS. Then we have 5 279s, and the rest is Chieftains.
Yep.
All right.
So, as I was talking earlier, not that much quick tanks to approach the hill from Beyond. Only Florian and Scarf with their 50B and CS. You can see one CS by Hive is immediately taking the lead here. Tobo being mounted on the vehicle and Panuka
Normal
pushing
rammer,
up.
what is this on Christoph's CS?
Yeah. Also,
a man is down bad.
Also, shouldn't he have 2200 HP as Panuka has? If he has
Isn't there like some field mod where you sacrifice HP for something else?
Okay. I guess we need Switman here to tell us what to do. Attila spotting out Lucas and the defensive forces that are being put into the, I would say, 2-3 line there. And yeah, push is coming in from Hive into the inner courtyard along the 3-4 line. Lucas should be able to receive and spot that anytime soon. Tina Tryhard might get picked up there already. Ali and Itox should have a shot.
Oh, Tina Tryhard going down.
Clean shot for Ali.
Shot.
Ali, good pickup. And Shorty's repush there should be spotted by Itox any moment.
Yes, and the thing is, the E100, he's having to contend against a Haldon 279 at the moment, and that is never a good sign. Taking a shot already is Mystery Bob. Also reaction from the side through the window, puts in another nice one, and there is no real way for Beyond here to save that E100 from what's happening. He's just dropping in HP, he's bleeding, and I mean, Hive is, they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Hive has firm control of the hill. This position here, very important for controlling all this area. And yeah, I would say next steps for Hive should be to use some of their HP from the hill and relocate it after Mystery Bob was picked up. You don't really need to have those 5 tanks on the hill, and now you can see the 50Bs are reloading, are hopefully reloaded when they will arrive at the bottom part. And what it looks like, this camp by Beyond is dropping in their HPs already, 3.5k down. And with Rishek and Niall arriving soon, there should be a pickup being made possible onto the E100. Exactly.
Yeah, and Rishek with the pickup here is going to secure that. Beyond now needs to make some sort of repush. They're starting with 4k HP down. Shocker, the first one into the fray, taking a lot of damage, dropping down to a one-shot already. So I guess Shockish is going to secure that kill, at least, if nothing bad happens here. There we go. Shockish, just before getting picked up, is able to secure this one. And this repush, it's driving into a lot of crossfire here from Beyond. The HP already 9,000 difference. Puma 1 and Wilhelm now getting sent to take out Never, but Profuse in the back should be able to support him for the time being. Puma 1 now dropping down to a possible one-shot. Attila from the backside also coming. Meanwhile, Precessin, Benny with the Chieftain coming. The complete G-line is a cluster of tanks duking it out, but I think Hive with their HP advantage of 8,000 should be making it through here.
Yeah, in the meantime, Hive was pushing through the 7-6-5 line, the cross street towards the cap circle, now encroaching onto Florian in his 50B. He is being pressured by Vervi there, now being picked up as well, and that's only 4 tanks left for Beyond. I would say they gave it a good try, especially on the game on Live Oaks, but Hive is the clear favorite as the team being invited against the qualifier 2 team. Yeah, good victory, 3-1. And Hive, I would say, making their name or making the expectations come true. 2-0 after 2 matches played in Group 1.
Yeah, congratulations to Hive for a convincing 2-0 on Himmelsdorf. Obviously, we didn't catch the first round in between both of those teams. And also Enway, strong performance here. After losing the first match, they go 3-0 against Beyond. Not Beyond, sorry, Pure.
Yeah. Okay. That is the end of this match. As we changed the way
Invil versus Tiltfist, 6 minutes, and I guess the same thing for...
As we changed the way the matches are being played to reduce the breaks for you guys watching this stream, we are now having another 2 games starting in a few minutes. We will take 5 minutes break, and then we will be back with either Thunder versus Rage for the match of first place in the group, or Tilt versus Fists, Invil versus Tilt Fists. The match for survival in the group stage.
I will just make a short poll for like 2 minutes.
then you would spoiler the other game's result.
Oh, true. Crap.
Yeah, we will just pick one. We will be back in 5 minutes. See you then.
Hello there and welcome back. We have the next match on our hands. This time it is Group B. We have Thunder against Raid. First map's gonna be Morovanka, and I think we checked the lineups. No Barbarian.
Yeah, I guess Thunder trying to put Raid on the wrong foot again. Same as they did with Invil, losing a couple rounds and then striking back, completely taking over the moral in game number 3. You can see both teams deciding to bring double EBR, one medium, a CS on the side of Raid versus a 907 on the side of Thunder, and both teams also having 1279, with Hannes being mounted here on the
Hannes is being mounted?
into the EBR crew. That obviously gives them a big spotting boost. I have no clue what I'm talking about. And Alexandros on the other flank being supported by a couple of chieftains aiming for him. Hannes deciding to take the outer spot. Usually you guarantee that you put your optics there towards the C2-3 push if there is one coming. Knocks over the trees. Doesn't drive into the blind shots. Well done by Hannes.
I mean, yeah, pretty passive opening here by Thunder.
Just as I was saying, not driving into the blind shot, he does exactly that. But yeah.
Good stuff by Yannick, I guess. Meanwhile, we see some sort of commitment by Raid towards the forest. Obviously, they don't really have a lot of information right now. They saw Yannick in the C3 position, and that's mostly it. Like, they cannot commit heavily into the forest for fear of a repush. If all the chieftains by Thunder would be there, then they could immediately just bag and net 5 chiefs of Raid. However, they seem completely
all those
undisturbed.
Chieftains in the bottom part, so we might.
Yeah, Raid is very, very split here.
I think what that could be is that you let some chieftains get spotted here. You can see rerolls super aggressively taking this position, not even getting punished for it. And maybe you want to trigger some reaction. I mean, Old Kings is spotted, and I'm pretty sure some of the other rerolls.
Rerolls does not care. Rerolls is on a mission, and the mission is to get as close to check as possible.
Yes, he will just make sure that he is not dropping his third mark there, not putting in a shot into check. But yeah, I mean, very aggressive position here by rerolls, and it looks like Team Thunder has decided to just lean back and let Raid take control over most parts of the map. You can see the complete area that is usually highly contested. All those positions here where, I don't know, not contested whatsoever. Usually you can see this triangle here of positions here, here, and this ditch area. Being used to stop the push that is coming basically into this and this position. But interesting stuff coming here from the side of Thunder. Check now having one-shot advantage over rerolls. We still have Chucky there in his EBR 105. Bit of a sneaky bush. But
still, though, like, no real reaction here from Thunder. They seem to be content with their passive hold with a lot of chieftains in the A678 area, where they can support towards the forest if needed, or they can rotate over to the western side of the map. And I believe Raid is sort of preparing for... Not sure what they are doing. I thought they were going for the 1-2 line push with a lot of chieftains forming up in K2, but one of the chieftains now is getting pulled towards H3. Another one is pushing through the middle. Destroyer, he's spotted. He's not taking damage yet. So finally he takes a lot of damage. All the chieftains there. I mean, yes, Destroyer, he is getting a position. No, he's not even getting the position. He did the classic Keyhand, trading HP for info, and he will know where a lot of the enemy tanks now are, and this should spring Raid into some sort of action, because they just sacrificed one of their combat tanks for not really a lot, if we're honest.
Yeah, I mean, this cross at the very end is always the open field cross. You saw here a lot of shots coming this line. So the first part here where he was driving this way, he has a lot of buildings that are blocking the shots. So all this is somewhat of a safe zone. But then the last approach, all those tanks, A6, A7, were able to put in good stuff there, and some HEs again coming towards rerolls. If you take a quick look at the HPs in total, I'm not really looking forward to a raid push if I'm considering this 4k HP difference already.
Yeah, raid down in HP, down in tanks, and probably down in mood at the moment as well. As rerolls took another shot here. He's now down 2 shots against Czech. Good stuff from him. And there is not really anything that they can do in the forest, I guess, because all those chieftains in the back, they would be controlling so hard. And the problem is also, you see this line of tanks basically posted by Thunder on the CD line. They are providing a very, very nice spotting screen if any shenanigans should happen in the middle. So I don't know if the viewers watched the last game in between Invil and Fame, where Fame was basically able to overmatch the forest completely because they were able to cross their tanks for free. So that's not going to happen either. And I think Raid, they have now decided they're going for the 1-2 line commitment. Dual prong push with CS and Chieftain on the 1 line. Meanwhile, a lot of Chieftains through the 2 and 3 line. However, they're spotted already. Yeah, Yannick taking a shot here now by Alexandros, but that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Already the rotation coming in. Hannes getting picked up by Frugo in the 907 somewhere on the map. Shadow taking a lot of damage for crossing, but the punishment onto the raid tanks, it's also heavy as rerolls immediately drops Magnus down to a 1-shot, and those tanks, Smiley, Janus, Cannes, they're going to be not really effective here, and the 1-line push by Raid, it cannot continue either. The HP deficit at this point in time, over 5k. Ricochet now pushing onto Thinking, but Thinking will get covered by Barkis and CFR in the back. And this Raid push, it got spotted so early. Thunder was able to set up really, really well for this. Thinking now trading his HP. He's playing 1v2, so that's fine if he takes only 1-for-1. And they cannot really overpush him because there's people covering him.
Yeah, you can see this dual layer.
Ooh, the HP are coming back though.
Defense. Let's take a quick look at the, I guess, other side of the stuff. Old Kings is being pushed there by Vampire, the double EBR with Kono and Chucky, and obviously Piotr 40k, who is joining the fight now as well. Chucky might have reloaded an HE because he was hesitating with his shot. Old Kings being picked up. Katya now being picked up as well, and while the raid push was coming onto the tanks from Thinking and Shadow there, you can see Barkis and CFR still sitting on comfortable HPs. The other flank, Harkir and Targis still holding strong. Raid only sitting on 7k HP now, and that does not look good here.
Now, take a look at the gun department. It's only 6 tanks left here for Raid, and the complete forest has been cleared out by the Thunder players, who are now going to sweep through the middle, pick up the EBR, pick up the 279, and then they are going immediately in for the kill onto the tanks on the 1 line. The remainders of that push, only Ricochet standing as the last tank for the Raid team here. And this was sort of parking the bus by Thunder, but they did so effectively. Good reactions as well with the rotations over the A line. And Raid seemingly without any ideas whatsoever as to how to break the camp.
I mean, you know how it is. If you find a nice place, no need to move. If you have good music there, you can just stay and chill a bit. Yeah, in the meantime, Invil dropping the first round. Their defense against Tilt Fists, if I saw that correctly. The map is Ensk. Yeah, Ensk. So that was the attack from Invil, if I see that correctly. But I mean, I would say Invil was one of the favorites to come into this tournament. Looks like other
And they
teams
looked
want
like
to.
one of the favorites for the first 2 rounds that we spectated. And then suddenly, weird stuff happened, I guess. All of that aside, though, we are still spectating the team that defeated Tilt in a remontada, clean reverse sweep, 3-2. And now Thunder, immediately after one game on Morovanka on their defense, up 1-0. Now it's up to Raid to basically put an answer on the board here. And I guess we can take a look at the lineup that Thunder is opting for. It's WBR, double CS, 1-2-7-9, and the rest is Chiefs.
Yeah, so similar lineup to what Raid was bringing in their attack last round. So we will need to see how the two teams will again decide to distribute their forces. Usually there is a big focus on the forest. This time we saw Storm or Thunder not giving anything about the positions there. They were just repushing it in the end when they felt enough tanks were on the other side. Interesting for sure, but Raid is not out of the game. Raid is not out of the tournament. They won convincing fashion against the other clan of the Tilt, the other team of the Tilt clan. So they already secured some juicy W's, and I think they will still be on good moral coming into this game.
Mm-hmm. So with 30 seconds left, I mean, with this many Chieftains, double EBR, double CS, I don't really see them contesting the forest immediately, to be honest.
I mean,
obviously,
it also
they might
depends
prove me
on the
wrong.
lineup of the other team. But yeah, 10 seconds to the game. Before we continue theory crafting here, we can just see what both of the teams have prepared. And it looks like they actually have prepared something special for us. Because Raid is defending with double 279, a Super Conqueror for rerolls, and a Badger for Old Kings. If that not looks like a camp, then
this looks basically like a forest camp, because there the Badger can search for some mushrooms. Joking aside, though, I think that's actually some sort of 7-8-9 line camp.
What is the equipment that you would recommend on a Badger? I would say this hardening and
I
full
guess this is
DPM
fine.
should be the good way to go. You will
I
not
guess
really
this is
be
fine.
the one.
I mean, you don't really need a conflict, to be honest.
I guess most important thing for Old Kings is that he will have the enemies directly in front of him. Okay, Badger being positioned for sniping here, trying to get some shots onto Hakir. But yeah, the EBRs trying to check out what the enemies are doing here. I was discussing that with you yesterday, that the matter on the EBR kind of went if you want to go for the full spotting. Good shots coming there onto Katya and
Alexandra's taking a lot of damage.
I'm not
23.
sure what happened there. But yeah, so the meta went from going for the improved vents, sacrificing some view range for the better spotting, but Smiley, Mayo
look at the minimap though.
As well.
Look at the minimap. Thunder, basically, except for the CS on the one line, they're pulling everyone towards the forest here. And normally when you do that, you don't really have any follow-up plans except over-pushing completely. The raid tanks now recognizing
a lot of
this.
Shots there. I mean, now it's just on Old Kings to put in the herd. Hacker there should be first one to be focused out. But Lemmy dropping, Katya being the next one to be pushed. Bagnos lost one shot already. Bark is driving in reckless fashion. Janus Canis should be the next one to focus.
Yeah, it's just
Big
a
wave is
complete
coming.
overpush here by Thunder. Yes, they have the HP disadvantage, but they are just swarming over the tanks by Raid. Now the next 4 Chieftains are about to fall. The HP advantage still there for the team of Raid, but the guns, they are dropping left, dropping right, dropping center, even an Amarak onto Kalium Mangel now. They are just dropping in guns so hard. Smiley now also out of the game. Kalium down to 3 HP, probably the next one to fall as Mayo takes another shot. Not that good focus fire here by Thunder, but they are making it work at the moment. Even rerolls in his Super Conk now getting overpush. Destroyer trying to help, trying to get into the fray, trying to do what he can. Yannick dropping down to a 2-shot, rerolls down to 500 HP, and Crespix now is probably going to try to shield Yannick, or Yannick will make a hold on. I don't know. Destroyer actually missing a shot here. Crespix with another nice connection into rerolls, and I think the gun advantage here for Thunder, it's going to do it for them. Only 6 tanks remaining here for Raid, and the Badger in the back, yes, it has DPM, but will it matter in the end? Probably not.
Yeah, a very delayed approach here. You could see there was so much HP lost already by Raid when they tried to take the hill positions in the forest. Like, this initial line of defense was just built up way too late. The HPs are somewhat even, but Timmy and Aladdin came into the game that late that it didn't really matter anymore. And yeah, the sheer amount of guns on the side of Thunder will secure the victory here. 2-0.
Yes, Old King's also missing another shot on the EBR, which means the EBR could possibly even go for the flank onto the Badger. Now, there is still a hold in E7 by some tanks of Raid, and to be honest, Thunder doesn't really have the tanks at the moment to put the hurt on there. However, Vampire and Piotr already driving for the flank to basically sidestep those tanks here. They don't really have an answer at the moment for the Badger. Kono, just as I say that, Kono with a connection into Old Kings. Hannes dropping in his EBR. Badger had to use his rep kit now, and Timmy and Aladdin in full retreat with the 279 and the Chieftain respectively. Chucky with a shot there into one of the remaining heavy tanks of Raid. Old Kings missing another shot here. Hakir going down in his CS63, but now Kono still, or finally, going for the flank onto the Badger. Badger is on a one-shot now, and this attack by Thunder, they sacrificed a lot of HP in the process, but in the end, the superior amount of guns that were in the game.
Spot out the EBR and provided him with a side. Game was done and dusted. Timmy padding his stats a bit here. Again, another of the 279s without config, going for HP, rammer, and configuration and stabilizer. But yeah, Thunder keeping 9 guns in the game, if I saw that correctly. So good stuff here. All those one-shots on 3, 4, 500 HPs. Convincing, I would say. Convincing victory, 2-0.
It was well done. And that was exactly what I talked about in the first game. Raid did not really have the info upon how many tanks Thunder was pulling through the middle until it was too late. So 2-0 here by Thunder on Morovanka. Raid not looking good here. And we're heading into the third game, which is going to be Fisherman's with a defense by Thunder. However, I'm looking forward to that round because I finally want to see what happens if both teams commit heavily to middle with 279s.
I mean, I was talking to Smiley yesterday, and he was telling me, he's not happy about Fisherman starting as a defense for Thunder, and I was telling him, just win your Morovanka defense, and it won't be any issue.
Yeah, just win your Moro defense, forehead.
So...
also, the other game, was it going? Invil Tents.
1-1.
Invil Fists, 1-1, yeah.
So, yeah, Invil and Tilt Fists will now move further towards Sand River. As Invil is starting on site 1, they will be the attackers. Tilt will defend there. And our game will continue, as Key just mentioned, on Fisherman's Bay with, a heavy 279 brawl. I mean, I would say Thunder has alone already enough 279s to have a 279 brawl. Having 10 279s here for this team. 1 EBR and 4 Chieftains. But I would like to have some shining light now coming from EBR got Hannes to bring back his squad into
Rage.
into the game, into the match here. Otherwise, that would be pretty big upset, I would say. 3-0 as the fourth place of the previous tournament against a team that last time didn't even make it to the qualifiers, to the group stage.
Mm.
But
oh, we'll see. 20 more seconds until we either see Thunder taking a decisive 3-0 or Raid with the attempt at a comeback 2-1. Thunder, they have experience with teams being up 2-0 and then the other one winning, so I guess they don't want to let that happen. Also Fisherman's, I would say, on the dev side being, I'm not going to say easy to play, but I think the defending team has a bit more options available than the attacking one. That being said, finally, we also have the lineup by Raid available, and we see they are also going heavy on those 279s, albeit not as heavy as Thunder, having 2 less. 1 EBR. Hannes from the EBR heavens is going to descend and show Chucky how it's done, or the other way around, and the rest for the Raid team is Chieftains.
yeah, I mean, we saw different strategies already. I think the most interesting game of Fisherman's Bay was actually one of the qualifier games for me, where CSA was doing some delayed 1-2 line push, and we had a clockwise rotation of both teams around the middle. But in this game, I guess we will see both teams driving exactly as you can see right now. 2 fronts are building around this big open square there, covered
It's
by
gonna
a lot
be
of
fun.
buildings.
I'm getting exactly what I asked for here. 279 mid-brawl, obviously. Raid also bringing 1 Chieftain. There is a force of 3 heavy tanks by Thunder in the city here that are probably going to get pushed. They're only
Thunder
met
is
with...
directly pushing over. You can see Czech and Piotr together with Barkis and Harkir taking the upper ground.
Piotr getting his head clean blown off there. That was an Amarak if I ever saw one. He didn't even take 3 shots, I guess. And now the repush coming in by Raid here, emboldened by that Amarak Czech already taking a lot of damage. Harkir down to 1k HP, taking another one down and out of the game. I think his turret also fell off. Czech is impossible again, also down to 70. Barkis also 580, but Raid, yeah, they have the decisive HP and also gun advantage here in the middle. The city, it doesn't even matter the 1-2 line. There is Tarks trying to desperately to put in shots, but I think Raid with the Amarak to start with, they have done it here. I think they're putting one on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Timmy will now be able to clean up Kono, hopefully. Kokos dropping towards Alexandros and Kaliomangel, and only 6 guns, 5 guns left. Look at the big bar there on Thunder's side. They were dropping HP that long in a row that it didn't even update. You can see Thinking here, the last stands together with Yannick trying to make short work of Magnus, but this game is over. I mean, they can do some damage reduction here, but
yeah,
2-1.
Yeah, Tarks the last one here on 2k HP. Hannes just playing ring around the rosies with him. A final ram, and now I guess we are left to wonder what that was by Thunder here. Namely by Piotr 40k. We're gonna see how many shots he took. What's your prediction? 2 or 3 shots? How many did he take?
I think 2. I think he just...
It would be spicy AF.
He took 2, yeah. Yeah, you can see it. That's the difference. Hakir took 7 penetrating hits. Barkis 6. I guess there were some high rolls involved.
I think there was another blow up. Not sure if it was Barkis, but he got blown up on very low HP.
Yeah, maybe that was the second Amarak. But yeah, now Raid has the pick on how they want to decide, how they want to structure this game. I would say, as you mentioned already, it's a bit of an advantage being the one playing with the time on your side. Magnus 10-10-10. I mean, the 5,800 damage looks
Yeah, he was the one to kill Piotr.
pretty impressive. But yeah, all those 279s, you can see it surviving 7 shots. 7 shots here as well, 7 shots there. Yeah, so 7 penetrating hits for all the 279s. And our two friends here at the bottom, Barkis and Piotr, yeah, should have listened to Svitman, I guess.
Svitman pepper pointing probably. All right, 1 minute and 13 seconds until game number 4 in between Thunder and Raid, and that one is going to decide whether we actually see a tiebreaker or if Thunder is going to recover from the unlucky RNG that happened last round. And once again, we do see a plethora of 279s together with 4 Chieftains and 1 EBR being employed here. I'm gonna see. I mean, it screams middle engagement once again.
And Invil won their second game against Tilt. That leaves Invil on a match point now, defending on Sand River. I would say Sand River isn't really that defensive sided after the cap spawns of the defending and attacking teams were swapped. So we will need to see if after Invil won their attack, their Tilt can convert their win as well into their attack as well into a victory. But so far 2-1 in both of the games here. Let's see what Raid has prepared.
Okay, so we talked about the Thunder lineup already. Raid bringing
9.
How many is that? 9 279s, Triple Chief, 1 CS, 1 Leo 1, and once again Hannes in the EBR.
Yeah, that looks exactly as the one that they played in the qualifier, if I remember correctly. Their destroyer was driving up. I will quickly mark it on the minimap. So destroyer was driving up to the position out here. They had some Chieftain and Leopard positioning here, and then a line of 279s across the northern part of the city.
By the way, I just checked. Piotr does not have config on his 279. In fact, none of the 279s for Thunder do.
Yeah, I mean Chucky, he spotted out Hannes there.
Meanwhile, configs, we do see configs on the 279s from Raid.
Yeah,
actually, Timmy doesn't have config.
I mean, we will see who is the next one to be blown up. Kokos being the one taking the first shot. But I guess Raid will be happy with this. They have Destroyer in the flank. They already have balanced out
immediately the same push that we just saw.
And
by
Hannes, Mayo, and Old King's taking a lot of damage there, but they're returning the favor onto Harkier and Shaq, who are now being pushed down. Shadow also to half HP. Big brawl happening here. And I would say Raid with a slightly better positions as they're on top. But keep in mind,
Thunder.
Aladdin and rerolls have to close in if they want to make sure that they are not completely out of the game.
Yeah, Thunder right now on the western side here with a slight retreat as Raid is pushing on there, but basically it is a counterclockwise rotation for all of the 279s here. Yannis Kannes is in a heap of trouble here. He's in between 4 purple tanks. He's probably going to be the next one to be focused out. Smiley getting low rolled by Vampire is probably going to be able to do another shot of damage. Raid trailing a bit in HP, but the combat guns for both sides are still in the game. Kalium now with an overpush together with Katya over the middle side of the map. Even Smiley still staying alive here. here. Hannes with a shot into the backside of Vampir. Kaliumangel does get Emorect. I don't think he has a rep kit available to basically put his Emorite back in action. Now in come the Chieftains from Thunder that were previously in G3. They're being pulled into the fight, into the fray. Rerolls in his Leo 1 not having an impact at the moment. And the thing is, on the eastern part of the map, Chucky and Thinking they are doing the flank. Destroyer and Bark is falling here. Hannes with a nice pickup with his EBR, just turning left, right, and center, trying to do damage. Kalium dropping down to a one-shot. Crespix getting peeked up in the meantime. Hannes putting another shot in. Why is no one focusing him out?
Yeah, Magnus now being flanked by Thinking. You can see it at the bottom of the screen. And a lot of one-shots right now for the side of Thunder. Raid with double the HP. Kaliumangel, he is Emorect, but he is still alive. One shot for him, another pickup. And 4 guns left only for Thunder. 3.5k HP. Smiley on 7 HP. Last man standing. And this is the 2-2.
Indeed, Raid are able to pull it back here. For like some short time, it looked like Thunder was going to come in with a repush, but Raid pushing on the upper side there simultaneously secured them more guns in the game, even though the Leo was not in it. But basically Thunder, they didn't have 2 Chieftains in there, and they also had a 279 lower side, so higher number of guns and also better crossfire, I guess, for Raid. And this secures them the victory, but it leaves me saddened as we did not see any Amorex.
Well, I mean, Kalium was playing half the game without his Emorek.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so we saw 4 rounds between those 2 teams now. We have Thunder and Raid battling it out. I would need to actually check which one was the fastest game. This one was pretty quick with only 3 minutes and 15. The previous one, 2 minutes. Oh, that was probably the fastest one. 2 minutes and 21. Both Murovanka games took some time. I guess the tiebreaker map is... Don't let me lie. Raid against Himmelsdorf. So I guess no big advantage for defending side. We had 4 minutes and okay, this is one team, this is the other team. 4 minutes and what is the first Muro game here? That was 8 minutes. So Raid should be able to pick either attack or defense there. And yeah, we will be left waiting for Inver versus Tilt. You can see the second round of Sand River is running there right now.
Yeah, if it goes to tiebreaker, then I guess we split up. Mm-hmm. The Amorak just happened on stream. Switman immediately there. All right. How long does it take for the battle to pop up? Like 2 minutes?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. So I guess we can take a very short break to rest our voices.
We will be back in a couple of minutes, either with the update on the Invil game or directly with a tiebreaker between Thunder and Raid. I hope everyone is enjoying the stream. See you in a moment. Welcome back, everyone. We have a game on our hands. Raid decided to attack on Himmelsdorf. They had the faster victory, as we were discussing, with the Fisherman's Bay games. Triple 50B being brought here by Team Thunder. No 50Bs on the side of Raid. One CS-63 destroyer there and the E4 by rerolls. Both teams secured 1 point now, as it is a 2-2 scoreline. And we will need to see who decides this game to their favor and secures the second point. And yeah, the lead in this group.
Very interesting stuff here by Destroyer getting sent through the 8 line, now diverting towards the courtyard.
Bouncing also the shot from Yannick, if I saw that correctly.
Yannick not dealing damage, however, the game is up already for Raid, because all of their tanks in the 2-3 line got spotted. Now the tanks that were getting sent towards the hill by Thunder are all, or almost all, turning around. Obviously, they will send 1 or 2 to get the hill. But it's going to be all about the brawls that are going to be going on in the 2 and 3
lines.
Destroyer has a
crucial position now for the respot. You can see Crespix there will take a shot, will not take a shot. Okay, Destroyer decides that he will focus on keeping the spots there, putting in one into Vampire. He will get one back.
Piotr taking a heap of damage, getting set on fire, down and out of the game he is. That is Minus, the E4. Kokos, the next one to get collapsed on by Kalium, Jakifa, and Mayo, down to 1500, turning to fire at Lemmy. Actually shoots at Alex, but still he is going to get pummeled to death. And now the repush coming in by Storm with double 50B through the 8 line. That is super weird, because they're going to be able to get torn asunder by the tanks that are still posted there by Raid. Most of the Thunder tanks at the moment caught in the Mercedes. Crespix taking a lot of damage here at the moment. Kills going left, right, and center, but at the moment Raid with the advantage in the gun department and the HP as well. 6k, 7k up. Hannes now getting collapsed on by Kono, but Hannes actually has more HP here, and rerolls can crossfire in his E4. Big shot, and Hannes picks it up. This is looking good for Raid.
Yeah, you can see Frugo and Shaq, they're basically with the back towards rerolls, who will now be able to peek in his E4, will put a big shot into the back of the 279. You could see it 707. And yeah, the big yellow wave is rolling over the 279s of Barkis, Frugo there being the next one to be picked up. And I have to say, I completely disagree with this very unsynced repush on the 8 line, only sending the 250Bs while thinking in his Chieftain was not available for the repush, and also Yannick was just not ready. And yeah, I don't know what that was, but good stuff by Raid. Really aggressive attack here. They picked this side, they knew what they wanted to do, and they implemented it in a perfect manner. Congrats to the German team here, securing their second victory.
And Thunder once again caught up in a match where one team goes up 2-0 and then the tiebreaker goes the way of the other team. This means after 2 matches, Thunder is going to have 3 points now. Raid is going to have 5. Invil, we're going to spectate their tiebreaker now. They're currently on 1 point, so they will either have 2 or 3. But Invil, as the poised head of the group, at the moment, not really showing up that much.
Yep. Yeah, that leaves us with 3 minutes here to take a breath and prepare for the game between Invil on what it looks like. Yeah, Invil on the defending side. So Invil will be playing from the south against Tilt Fists, who have to get this win, because they lost 3-1 against Raid, and they would be out if they. I'm not sure if they're already 100% out, but they're definitely not in a good position. Yeah, they would be out because they haven't played against Storm, and Storm has already secured 3 points. No, that doesn't make sense. I think they can still make it third if they lose this round, as they are just securing 1 point for their 2 victories against Invil already. But yeah, always not hoping for the worst, but hoping for the best. So we'll need to see.
right, 1 minute and 35. I guess we.
Smiley just wrote me easy comebacks. I told him we were never worried.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, double STB. I think the STB is a tank that, especially with the introduction of field mods and being able to configure your vehicles in a way that they suit the situation a bit better, is not really that well suited for this all-rounder role that the, well, semi-fast, semi-armored, good DPM medium tank is having. So yeah, the Chieftain with field mods and stuff, and the VZ55 to also obviously the CS63, which is a very dominant tank, kind of took over the roles of the STB. And I don't know if there's any other map where we saw any STBs beside Cliff.
We saw one on Live Oaks by Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, third STB then, I guess. The second and third STB so far. But yeah, big push setup. No Chieftains, no 279s, no auto loaders. We'll need to see what...
This is still very, very nice, because Invil, they can react to whatever the setup by Tilt Fists is, because they can either go full middle or they can also go for a split setup with 1-2 line commitment. Now, Tilt Fists, on the other hand, bringing to the table a TB, double 907, 6 CSs, double Chief, and 4 277s. I think that's the same setup they had from the north side last time when Banta was AFK.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Banta will be back. I will quickly check that now. Yep, he is moving. He has his turbo and the 279 in the right slot. He has everything he needs to have to successfully reach the middle. And as there's no EBR to follow, we can check out his perspective for the moment. Yeah, the CS at the bottom, you could see Monster Yo trying his best to get here unharmed, spotting out Kittyquell and Aimlil. Also spotting out Pika, Manfred, and Killerpit. Pika with a big high roll there, nearly 600 in the 277.
Meanwhile, shots are being traded in the middle, though. The CSs by Tiltfists getting sent over towards the donut to support the 277s, which are there already. However, Invil responding in fashion. Big repush also coming into the donut onto the 277s. All of the 907s, they looked like they were going to collapse on them, but now they sort of remain stationary, I guess, just to wait for Conrad to come in with the 277 and to take the brunt of the shots here. Pika going down towards a one-shot already, getting picked up by Monster Yo in the back. The crossfire eating the 277s alive, and now in comes the overpush by the 907s as well. This should spark a reaction by Tiltfists, who are just sitting there with their CSs, quietly farming damage, yes, but meanwhile their 277s are being torn to pieces.
Yeah, Killer Pit sitting there in the middle of 8 tanks from Invil. Invil now with a big HP deficit in the middle. They should be able to win the lower side, but Skirpy, Bunter, Horse, Jgrave, Koma, and Ebesh, they're pushing into Never and the double STV there. Also is being on a one-shot as well, so the HPs are drifting away here, but they're having the control over the upper side of the map.
Yes, Invil finally have cleared the donut, and now some stragglers by Invil in the middle are going to get killed. If even that, Never able to... No, actually, it's DJ Wheat who is able to pick up Banter, and still the presence by Invil in the middle is not gone. And now in come the reinforcements by Invil that were previously taken up in the donut, and now it's only Ebesh and Koma remaining here for the team of Tiltfists. Koma being focused out, and now the Chieftain also dies. Invil taking the tiebreaker against the Tiltfists here, putting themselves on 3 points within their own group.
Yep.
Look at the amount of tanks alive. That was only 3 tanks dead by Invil. So again, good HP management here from the Polish guys.
Yeah, talking about the HP management, we can obviously also talk about the damage top damage here. Never 11, 11, 11. Good stuff coming from the Polish player. Also, Monster Yo with 3.7k damage. He was the one spotting the lower side, also getting 3 kills. DJ Wheat, he is actually, if I understood it correctly, an import from the other Polish team that is now being called Thunder. 11, 11, 11 as well for him in the STB. 3 kills on the board. And yeah, good stuff from Invil.
Right, next special is popping up already. Tilt Fists against Thunder and Invil versus Raid.
Hive versus Pure out of Group 1 and Beyond versus Invil, which is the more important game there because this is the battle for upper or lower bracket.
I'm being called on the phone right now, so I guess we head to a quick break.
Yep, so we will be back in roughly 5 minutes. The next game starts in less than 10 minutes. We will have a quick rundown over the current situation in the group stage. And yeah, I hope everyone is enjoying the stream. A lot of close games. See you in a moment. Okay, guys, we are back with the first game between, the two potential first seeds of Group 2 here. Invil sitting on 1 victory, 1 defeat. Raid, 2 victories, one of them in a tiebreaker, so 5 points for Raid, 3 points for Invil. 9-2-7-9s for both sides. Double EBR on the side of Invil plus a Leopard. That looks pretty similar to what we've seen from the side of Raid in their defense before. And quadruple Chieftain plus Hannes in the EBR from the side of Raid. Hannes also opting for a combat lineup here with a Rammer
Oh,
and
again,
Lance.
for the inbuild side, no configs on the 279s. I'm just checking through all of them. Nope.
Hannes being able to spot out. Oh, big hit actually from one of the EBRs. I think that was Mentos hitting Hannes there. But yeah, now you can see both teams going towards the middle area. You can see Rerolls is being positioned in the back to provide some shots there. And yeah, the 279s are spotting out each other, with Invil being defending side here. They will be a bit more hesitant towards pushing, as there's not really any need for them to make a move. Yeah, some HP being lost there on the side of Raid. Not a big one so far, but it looks like they decided to push in immediately.
Yep.
Not really having the information on where the remaining tanks from Invil are, and so far I mainly see Raid bleeding here.
Sokar taking his first Emmerich of the game, however, still able to repair, but Raid heavily bleeding here at the moment for their push. Sokar now in some trouble, but Destroyer getting tagged from the back from the 907s that have good angles for shots to be done. Pan's Fury also taking an Emmerich, also repairing it, and Smiley, the first one in his 279 to go down. Hannes once again driving through everyone, trying to put in shots. Now Rexa, the first one to die here. And the thing is, Raid, they have some very, very nice positions on the right side here. They're able to crossfire the tanks by Invil. The HP advantage now shifting over to Raid side. Old Kings now even with the overpush onto Orzek. Kalium also joining him. Sokar still alive, but it's going to be Orzek who actually drops out here. Mkopan down to 1k. Old Kings does get finished off. There is a brawl going up near the city. Sokar down to a 2-shot. DJ Wheat, the only one remaining on the upper side really here for the side of Invil. And now it's mostly about the skirmish in the city that is going on. There is only Magnus at the moment for Raid really there. But the Invil tanks, they're taking a lot of damage right now. Raid still with the HP up, never down to a one-shot. Ketzai also needs to be careful. T-Shek getting focused out, getting blown up here. And now only Monsteo is going to be remaining in the city in his EBR, as Ketzai should get picked up very, very shortly. There we go. And Tiltfists with a very good HP advantage. They also have more guns in the game. Oh, sorry. Raid. More guns in the game, more HP. DJ Weed in a deadly one-on-one here with Timmy, but Alexandros is about to give some help here.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing a lot of HPs being traded there, but as Invil had a lot of tanks out of the game, you can see their Piotrix on the red line. C3 also still full HP. He just joined from the B2 sniping position, so Raid had the advantage of all their tanks being used for this direct combat there. Invil still has a 2-shot EBR, maybe even 3-shot if there are some low rolls or some shots coming that are not penetrating with HE. Mentos pulling out now. And yeah, 6.5 minutes left between Invil here and Raid. Raid with roughly 2k HP advantage. Also a lot of positions that will be slowly but steadily taken over by Raid. Jekifar taking one for his troubles, doing the Keyhand trade information for HP. Definitely fine doing there with still 1.7k HP on his 279. And yeah, it looks pretty decent for Raid. What do you think?
Looks decent for Raid here at the moment. Obviously, Invil still defending, and they have a high HP Chieftain, as Wheat taking another shot here down to 113. Could get pummeled down even with HE by Lemmy Sandros, and he's not going to get out of spot here. Conrad, no, gonna be pushed on by Giannis and Jackifar. However, Mentos in his EBR, he's going to be able to provide cross shots. And now also C3 and Piotrix, they're joining the fray here. Meanwhile, DJ Wheat getting picked up. So that is one angle completely gone for the side of Indil. But Jackifar and Janus Hannes, I think they are lacking the crucial information as Hannes gets picked up in his EBR and suddenly Janus Hannes in a heap of trouble. Yes, the Leo does get Emmerich, but he's not going to care. He repairs it immediately. Conrad now getting flanked by Jackifar here. But the trade... I guess Raid, they just need to get all of their guns in the fight to make their HP advantage count. Conrad cannot really push out here as he would get tagged from the tanks behind him. Another nice shot by Jackifar, who only needs an HE connection now to finish off Conrad. C3 now going for the flank here, but Lemisandros should be able to punish accordingly if that happens. Here we go, he goes for the peak. Jackifar with another nice connection does take one into the side, and meanwhile the Leo 1 and the EBR Mantus and Piotrix, they are going onto Magnus, who drops down to a one-shot. But I think Raid, they should have done it here. I don't think the EBR can run for 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the EBR against all those slow 279s will definitely have some spotting advantage, and also the Leopard. But I don't think the Leopard will be able to escape. Mentos is now potentially being spotted. No, I think he actually... I think he will. There is a small gap, but yeah, he's out of spotting range for Alexander. It's good pickup here by Mentos. Raid still obviously with a big chunk of HP. Piotrix now has to be covered by the EBR in the back. Jackifar is crossing in the open. That's a bit reckless there. Mentos should be able to put in one into his side if Jackifar isn't angling correctly. But yeah, now you can see Lemisandros. He has 2k HP in his 279. He will approach the cap circle. Timmy might take some cover behind him, and yeah.
Jackifar probably knows from where he got spotted. That's why he's pulling back at the moment and he's angling towards where he suspects the EBR is. Mentus should not be able to put in a shot. Yep, he misses another one. And Jackifar, he's trying right now to get towards the Leo 1 here. He does spot him out. And the Leo, if he doesn't exceptionally high roll, then he should be able to... Timmy is actually going to be the one picking it up. And now it is 4 279s, out of which one is a one-shot against one EBR Mentos. He can become the hero here, but it's an unlikely one.
I guess for the immersion effect, we will now just take a look at Mentos' perspective without... Okay, I guess this is... Ooh, he doesn't get spotted. Lemmy, not sure from where he got spotted. Mentos spotting both angles, Timmy and Lemmy. He has to somehow get out of there. Now he gets spotted by Timmy. Fluffs the shot. Lemisandros might be able to pick him up between the arcades there. And yeah, Mentos, I mean, you can't blame him for that one. Raid had 4 279s left, and that's the defense broken by Raid. Invil going down 0 and 1.
Also, you should possibly take a look at general discussion. I think some people were unable to read group stage.
Well, I mean, them not being able to read is not a problem that we have to take care of now. Raid with firm victory here. Look at all those 279s at the top there. And yeah, Piotrix, good sniping from the back, but he survived with full HP basically until the brawl was over and only used his HP in the end. Honorable mention here to Mentos. He gave it a good try, but in the end, the Raid tanks overwhelmed them and 1-0.
Also, I'm taking a look right now at how many pens each Invil 279 took. So far, no blow-ups, though. We did see quite a few Amaraks turning yellow, but being repaired immediately. Yeah, no blow-ups this game. Sad.
Yeah.
All right, 1 minute and 35 remaining, and Raid leading here 1-0 over Invil. Meanwhile, a result comes in. Beyond taking the lead over Enway 1-0. Hive versus Pure 1-0 as well for Hive. We just saw Raid taking the 1-0 over Invil, and Thunder beating the Tilt Fists 1-0 at the moment.
Yeah, that was a quick game, 4 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I guess
I
we
guess
can
we
take-
can take a look at the lineup. Fisherman's Bay looks like the new map. Home turf for the 279s. Raid now defending against the lineup that we can see right now from Invil. Double EBR, double 907, one Chieftain, and from what it looks like, 10 279s.
Yes.
Do we want to make a prediction on how many of them do not have config installed?
I mean, they didn't, not a single 279 had config last round for Invil. I think the Raid gamers had configs.
I mean, the
Yes,
Raid
that's
game
why
is
they
one,
won,
so
right?
easy.
Maybe they are running double rep kits, who knows?
I mean, we can find out in 5 seconds. For the potential victory for Raid, which would lead into their first match point, they brought, from what it looks, 9 279s. Destroyer again in the CS, rerolls in the Leopard, Hannes in the EBR, and triple Chieftain. So overall a bit lighter lineup, which is not reflected in the HP bars as Invil brought the double EBR as we were discussing earlier. But yeah, we will need to see if the triple Chieftain can make a difference using the gun depression there. Also the Chieftain having the faster premium shells compared to the 279, obviously better in sniping with the APCRs. But yeah, Raid on the defense. I quickly added the attack defense symbol there as well. And you can see Hannes. Where is Hannes looking? I mean, Hannes doesn't have to look to...
Oh, Monsteryo taking a beating here, down to 24 HP.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
did not
Hannes
look good for him.
surviving with nearly 900 leaves him on a 2-shot, maybe even 3. And you can see all those 4-track tanks coming in there. Feels like the march of the elephant is coming on both sides. Very slow movement. Nobody is using turbos because there's not really a big need in
Old King's
contesting
taking
immediately.
2 shots.
But yeah, you can see Lemmy and Jannes Kannes pushing the outer skirts together with Smiley.
Yup, immediate aggression here by the team of Raid, forcing Never and Rexar away, also putting in the hurt onto Piotr. Now in comes the reaction here by Invil, Mkopan, and Pansfury being pushed up in their respective 279s. Mkopan taking a lot of damage from some crossfire positions, and now Raid over pushing the middle courtyard here with a Chieftain and a 279. Katja and Timmy there taking some shots for their troubles. However, call me Piotr, he's just being battered. They're down to a 1-shot already. Rexar down to 82 HP. Meanwhile, Piotr dropping, and Raid in the HP department leading as well as in the guns. This is looking very, very good for Raid.
Yeah, you can see the double 907 on C1 is not being able to really put danger into Aladdin and his full HP Chieftain still. And all those tanks from Raid, they pushed so far that the 907s had to wait to get effective shots into their sights. Raid now trying to establish the middle control while still sitting in the crossfire of the double 907 from C1, so they have to drive forward, otherwise those 2 DPM machines will make short work of Mayo and Timmy there. Kalio Mangel now trying to, positions in a way that he can shoot behind the rack where Panzer Fury has taken some cover from. Jannes Khan is trying to finish the kill, bouncing his shot, and Invil still even in HPs.
Indil holding on and holding strong. Finally, Soka drops Pan's Fury still alive. How does this man do it? Finally, he goes down. C3 now being pulled into the fray with his full HP. Chieftain coming towards the middle, taking 2 shots here. Piotrix and Conrad still holding strong. There is a skirmish going on the 1-2 line. Meanwhile, the 8-9 line has been won for the side of Indil. Hannes now dropping out together with Kalium here. Piotrix only 1 shot. It's going to be down to Alexandros to push here on his full HP, or almost full HP, 279. A lot of 1 shots here for the side of Raid, still securing damage output for them. Timmy, Janis Kanis, and Smiley there, all of them in 1-shot range. C3 now taking heavy punishment, getting taken out of the game. And now it is Raid with a lot of tanks in the middle on their defense. Rerolls on the 1 line. He does take a shot by Mentus. Mentos now running away here from the Leo 1, trying to reload. Is probably going to position himself behind the stones here to have the peak advantage. And now it's down to Raid as to how they want to finish this. They are basically being surrounded by 3 tanks of Invil, but all of those 3 tanks only have 505 HP between them. Monster now coming there over the north to help Mentos out against the Leo 1. Timmy also coming here. Timmy does get spotted, so now if Monster gets a nice shot, oh, Monster bounces onto Timmy. That hurts to see. And now the jig is up here for Invil, because basically the Raid gamers, they know where the EBRs are. Now Old King's also joining the fray with his 279. Monster trying to backstab rerolls in his Leopard, but it's going to be Mentos to pick him up. Now the Elephants, the 279s, they need to find those Wasps, those Bees in the EBRs and try to finish them off here.
Yeah, I mean, while the Bees of Hive are playing in the other games, the Bees of Invil are trying to survive here. Mentos being
Timmy
picked
there
up
with
by
the pickup.
Timmy, and Monster and Orsech, they have to somehow make the miracle happen. We are talking about 4 shots needed onto Old Kings and Alexandros. I guess more like 5.
At the moment, it is once again like 70 HP and a dream for Invil.
Yeah, 4 tanks, 4 shots on Alexandros for the EBR. Monster could pick up a couple of kills with HE, but I mean, he's driving into the highest HP. I guess he's not driving at all. He's chilling in the bush, but they're on the attacking side. So I guess maybe they're just doing plans for the next round already. Yeah, Raid with the advantage here on guns in HPs, I would say. Especially
Monster now driving does get spotted. Alexandros with very, very nice reactions. But good stuff here.
I would highly suggest Orsech to... Yeah. Wait, why is Smiley driving in the other direction now? Okay, I don't know.
I think they're suspecting him in the northeast.
Maybe they don't know where Orsech is, but...
They don't know Pepper Love.
But yeah. Good stuff from Raid. I think the decisive factor here was that Orsech was... not Orsech. Yeah, I think was he the 279 in the bottom? There was one 279 here in the lower ground, which tried to give some cross shots, but then the fight was basically brought towards this area here, and he wasn't really able to fully put shots in. Also, the 907s that were coming through here through the 1 line, they had to peek up here, didn't see anything, then they drove forward towards here and tried to put some shots, but yeah, we were discussing it. The fighting area was mostly here, and Raid just had more guns in the game. Were able to secure the gun advantage, and also here, I guess we don't really have to wait 3.5 minutes for that game to end. Alexandros will drive in, Smiley still having his gun in the game as well, and I'm pretty certain that there's not really a way out for Orsech.
But the timing at the moment pretty funny. Finally, they do spot him out. Smiley doing 0 damage with it. Orsech with another pickup. But yeah, Alexandra's driving in here should be securing the win momentarily. Also not doing damage with HE. What's happening here with those gamers?
They just didn't read the patch notes and shot HE in the bottom part of the tracks or something.
Oh, Alexandros with another miss. Nice connection into the cupola by Ozek. He's gaming on them. He needs to put on diapers so he doesn't completely shit on them. But yeah, Alexandros with the final kill of the game, securing the victory for his team and also the match point for Raid. 2-0 after 2 rounds.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, Invo is definitely not secure in their position in the group phase. They are sitting on 3 points. Sorry for the confusion on the leaderboard right now. Yeah, sitting on 3 points. And yeah, Storm has 3 points as well, has the direct comparison victory. And we will need to see how Tilt Fists will play the game against Storm here. Timmy, good stuff again. Old Kings also 10 out of 11 penetrations. Alexandros picking up the last kill. And that's a 2-0 on Fisherman's Bay.
All right, the other group's results are in. Tiltfists against Thunder, a 1-1, so all tied
Actually,
up, and 2-1 for Tiltfists. I thought the RU tournament is over now, so Barbarian is playing with them, but maybe he was so demotivated by the 5-2 loss that Mercy had against Queen. He's not playing anymore, who knows? With the other games.
Hive,
Beyond against Enway still going on.
Yeah, Beyond and Enway and Hive and Goodnight are still running both, so I guess we will see some updates of that games later.
All right, next map.
Okay,
oh,
Hive just got the second victory. 2-0 against PR Goodnight. That game doesn't really matter that much anymore. Hive is already through with 6 points out of 6 possible ones in the first 2 rounds. And yeah, PR Goodnight lost 3-0 against Enway and 3-1 against Beyond. So yeah, they are out for sure. And Enway and Beyond are right now fighting for the place in the upper bracket.
Now, Inbil defending on Muro. Did we see either team already on Muro?
Yeah, Raid was playing against Storm. They brought the better in the defense and lost Muro 2-0.
Yeah. I remember.
You know, like some things you just don't want to remember.
They're attacking now, so I don't think we are running the danger of seeing a Badger again. But we'll see. Like half a minute left. We can sneak peek at the lineups. 1 IS7, double 279, 4 Super Conks, a lot of Chieftains and double EBR. Now, I'm trying to get my head around where to use Super Conks on Muro over Chieftains.
I guess if you're defending in the back, you have a better gun for sniping, you have more HPs, and you have a bit more DPM. Could be something like that, but we will soon find out. Yeah, the HP advantage, you can see it right now already, is roughly 2k from the start. Both teams brought double EBR, Lemmy in the CS, Timmy in the 279, Hyot actually in an IS7. Honestly, that looks like a camp to me. Those 4 S-Kongs plus double 279.
I guess the S-Kongs A67 and the Chiefs to hold the front line?
Yeah, we will find out soon enough.
Yeah, and the IS7 sort of passive spotter.
Also, the IS7 had a turbo, so I guess we will not have the issue that Raid had earlier, that those positions here, I will mark that, were taken too late. But yeah, double EBR, Monsterio and Mentos encroaching onto Alexandros, who is taking a safe route. He knows that there is only one EBR on this side, as his buddy Hannes is playing again on the 1 line. I guess he should have been able to spot out Pun's Fury, but we can see a very similar approach to the defense as we saw for Storm. But now this time Raid brought all their party guests to the forest.
Okay. This is where the IS-7 goes. So basically a passive hold in like B0. There's one super conk behind him to cover him.
I don't like what Old Kings is doing there. He just took a shot for no reason because he was driving the upper way. But yeah, you can see all those positions were again taken by Raid. I don't know if you remember, but I think it was Rerolls who was the first one to be sent forward in the game against Storm. Now, Kalium, what is Kalium doing there?
Kalium is playing for the team, or at least taking the shots for them, but in comes the yellow avalanche by the tanks of Raid here, but they are greeted with heavy fire coming in from all the inbuilt tanks in A7, A8. Piotrix in his super conk is going to be able to provide nice crossfire, and all of the Raid tanks, they're just out in the open. Katja getting blown up by Piotrix even, and now in comes the repush by Indil. The purple flood now coming in, Destroyer, Old Kings, Aladdin, all of them are gonna feel the heat soon. Ozek dropping here in his Chieftain, but the HP fill 5k advantage at the moment for Indil.
Yeah, I mean, Mkopan, C3, Never, everyone is driving in their Old Kings being focused out next. Aladdin should drop soon as well. Focus fire is not 100% on point, but you can see the big re-push is successful. I mean, the HPs are pretty much still even. Invil has a bit more tanks here in the fight right now, but 3 full HP tanks are sitting on the other flank, and maybe the tanks in the back, Lemisaurus and Kalium, can make a difference there. Maybe we called that off too early, but yeah, you can see 5k HP difference still left. Mayo in his dying breath.
Oh, Hannes getting set on fire, and when you see that the EBRs are being pulled into the fray against the likes of Super Kongs and Chieftains, that's never a good sign. I mean, yeah, the Raid tanks giving up here, and I think rightfully so. That push, it worked out honestly better than I thought it would, but in the end, it was never going to succeed. They didn't have any info on where all of the Invil heavy tanks were situated, and Invil just had, I don't know, like 10 or 12 guns even shooting at the push here. And yeah, Ketzai getting picked up now. Lemmy is going to follow him to the grave, and we are left with Jackafa and Timmy. But with the way that Invil was playing this, a forest push was never going to happen. I mean, Piotr, he spotted them out in his IS-7. He did a shot of damage, and he was even able to retreat to B9 so he wouldn't get caught too far ahead of all of his other tanks.
Yeah, I mean, Jackafa driving in now, Timmy driving in. Good stuff here by the Invil guys, securing their first round against Raid. Obviously, if you want to win that round, you have to also win your attacking round in Murovanka, which we will see next. But yeah.
That push was never going to work. I mean, Old Kings and Kalium, them driving over the upper side and taking more shots than necessary during the approach, yeah, sure, but it wouldn't have changed anything. All right. Do we have other results is the question.
Yeah,
yes,
it looks like we do. So Tilt Fists winning against Thunder 3-1. That would mean Thunder is out if Invil gets at least 1 point in this match here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Invil needs to win at least one more time for that to happen. Yeah, honorable mentions here. The high damage dealing Super Kongs, obviously. Ketzai, 11 penetrating hits. I guess there were some... I guess there was one... I think it was Katja who got blown up for like 800 or something like that in his Chieftain. But... yeah, Raid now has time to set up their defensive battle.
Okay, so far we haven't seen this sort of camp broken, where basically the Muro defenders sit very, very passively on the northern side of the map. The camp is definitely breakable, but yeah, so far no one with an appropriate answer for it.
I'm pretty sure that there will be some insane comments in the chat soon. Ah, come on. Spoilers in the chat, guys.
Well, we are not showing the match anyway, so.
But yeah, as you might have seen 10 minutes ago in the chat already, Tilt Fists won 3-1 against Thunder.
Oh, I almost forgot to ready up.
That means Raid will be confirmed first in this group, right? They have.
I don't want to speak too soon.
Yeah, they do. They have 2 victories with 5 points in total, and they get another point from this, at least 1, as they already have 2 wins. Raid is first in the group.
Okay, so Invil now attacking with an IS-7, a 121B, WBR, 2279, and rest is Chieftains.
Yeah, we will need to see if Raid can secure the victory for Storm here. Raid bringing triple EBR, 1 Super Conk, 1 279, and a lot of Chieftains. I would say a bit more spotting power, as they have the 3rd EBR, but also a lot of defensive power with the 279 Chieftains and the Super Conk. I guess we're gonna see how they make good use of the triple EBR here. What's your guess on EBR doubling in the Muruwanka early scenario? So we saw a couple of times 2 EBRs driving exactly the way that Hannes is driving. I guess they decided that Alexandros will drive the inner way. Mentos, obviously, he knows that he will not be alone on this side. Actually, still drives over. I guess the Raid EBRs just use different timings to prolong the spotting here. But yeah,
both of them getting out without getting shot.
Hannes dodging the shot from Conrad. Alexandros makes it out without taking damage as well. So
interestingly enough, though, on the minimap, it's only C4, 1 Chieftain. We have 1 EBR going towards the 1-2 line right now for Raid. And other than that, they are pretty heavily invested into the forest, giving up the west almost entirely for free.
Yeah, but they had the double EBR there, so maybe they were successfully baiting Invil and thinking that there could be less vehicles situated there. Kaliumanga now driving forward, I would say, especially as they have Ketsai there spotted with the IS-7. I don't think that's a good idea to push there.
Oh, Kalium taking heavy damage here, and now the push is rolling by Raid into the entrenched tanks of Invil. Monster, the first one to drop in his EBR, didn't get out in time. Ketsai with a nice position in the IS-7 to crossfire, but we all know the IS-7 doesn't really have the DPM that other tanks have. And now the Raid push that is bleeding heavily, down 6k HP already, sort of stops the reinforcements from Invil getting pulled from all sides. And I think Raid might have done themselves not really a favor here, as the push is still continuing to bleed heavily, and Invil, they are meeting them now head on with Crossfire by Pun's Fury. Now finally the overpush happens, but at this point in time the HP advantage is almost insurmountable.
Yeah, I mean, the push is completely falling apart now. Pun's Fury, Osech, and Soka are spotted, but still providing a lot of shots into them. The HPs are heavily favoring Invil now, while not even having a gun advantage for Raid. And this looks like a 2-2 to me.
Indeed. Now Janus Khan is getting picked up here. Jekifar, the last remainder of this push down the 9-0 line. I don't really know what prompted them into this push. They didn't really need to do it. It was half blind, I would say. They didn't have a lot of information on where all the tanks were. And now the Invil tanks are just, going to methodically clean up what remains of Raid on their defense of Muruwanka. So yeah, 2-2 most likely is going to be the outcome, and we are going to have ourselves a tiebreaker. What map are we going to watch there?
Yeah, the tiebreaker map is Cliff. Yeah, it's Cliff.
All right. So we saw Invil already once today against Stiltfists, taking the tiebreaker victory. We'll see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, I guess that was also on Cliff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was also on Cliff. Yeah, Invil, I don't know, like they didn't really have to do a lot. I'm really wondering why. Like Raid still had a 279 somewhere here in the middle. The Super Kong was just driving up there. You have the full HP Chieftain there. The IS7 here, like Ketsai, I think he was like here in the water. Super strong position. I mean, they lost so much HP for this push and they were defending. There was no reason for them to do anything. And Raid decided they are first place anyway, so doesn't really matter. Maybe they are just enjoying their time. Hannes, Alexandros and Lemisandros, they will try to buy some time, I guess, because for the tiebreaker decision, the fastest victory is taken on the attacking side. But I still think that these games were faster than the Fisherman's ones. So
yeah, the Fisherman's games took a lot of time. Lemmy now dropping Alexandros, the last tank alive here for the side of Raid. He is a 2-shot still. Ooh, he does get spotted here by Piotr, and both shots connecting here. DJ Weed and Call Me Piotr with good aim, demonstrating it is entirely possible to hit EBRs on the move.
yes, so that means we have a 2-2 score. Invil secured at least 1 point. That means Invil is on 4 points, and therefore Storm is out.
Mm-hmm. So does this tiebreaker match matter anyhow? Oh, by the way, the 1-2-1B top damage.
It does.
5.2k.
It does, because the position 2 is still up for... No, it doesn't. Invil won against... Yeah, it doesn't. But I mean, let's not tell the teams. So we will see best possible outcome here.
They don't know.
Being some other exciting game.
I mean, if it really doesn't, then we could possibly, if Beyond and Enway go to tiebreaker, switch to that one.
I mean, there's still the 4th game running, so I guess we will need to see there. But yeah, Invil has the direct comparison victory against Tilt Fists.
Did you already in your mind deduct the point that we need to?
Yeah, Invil got 1 point from the lose against Thunder in the tiebreaker. Invil got 2 points from Tilt Fists tiebreaker victory, so that's 3, plus the 2 points, at least 1 point they get for the 2 victories against Raid. That leaves them on 4 points. Tilt Fists is on 4 points as well, but lost the direct comparison against Invil. Would say that they are confirmed 3rd, and Thunder only has 3 points from winning a tiebreaker against Invil and losing a tiebreaker against Raid. That means they are out. That would mean we have 3 points on Thunder, 4 points on Tilt Fists, 5 points maximum on Invil if they win this round, 4 points otherwise, and they have the advantage of the direct comparison. And Raid has direct comparison victory against both Tilt Fists and more point and Storm, and has more points than Invil.
Mm-hmm. And how does it look in Group A?
Group A is super easy. Hive is through with 9 points. Pure Goodnight is out with 0, and Enway and Beyond are fighting for place 2 right now.
All right. Yeah, we'll see what pops up first. I guess we head over to a short break.
Yep,
Since
we will be right back. Hope everyone is still alive and awake. And yeah, see you in a moment. We are back, everyone, with the last game between Invil and Raid. Raid on the attacking side of Cliff here. Invil defending with quadruple 277, 5 CS, double STB, and 4 907s. We have 3 277s, double Chieftain, 1 TVP, 6 CS, and double 907 from the side of Raid. Looks a bit similar to what we saw the last round from
By the way,
Invil.
the battle in between Beyond and Enway just was a draw. So, do they have tiebreaker now or not?
I will check that in a moment. But yeah, big split. I mean, one split, one tank down and all the others up from both teams. That means we hopefully have a big middle brawl here. Okay, it looks like both teams decided to now drive to the lower side. Mentos, Never, and Rexar nearly full HP arriving there. And it looks like Raid again pushing up the hill. Link, Ricochet, Jackifar. Link will probably take some shots from the CS that crossed through. You can see this purple line of tanks there in the donut. Yeah, but Raid only with 500 HP down, surviving the push up the hill. Lemmy Sandros and Alexandros, they will together provide some shots onto the Invil tanks that are now trying to push from the donut. And it looks like Invil is pretty aggressive there.
Lemmy Sandros, in between a rock and a hard place, does get taken out of the game by Never. So first kill going the way of Invil, who are slightly down on HP, but nothing worth mentioning really. Call me Piotr now, driving up the hill with his 277, but meanwhile around the hill came Destroyer and Hannes with the TVP and the 907 respectively. Destroyer taking a lot of damage to be able to take this hold down here, should be able to sit sort of safe. Meanwhile, the brawl on the hill itself is going on, shots being traded back and forth. But in the end, Destroyer now down to a one-shot, needs to be careful. I guess the game sort of stabilizes as Sokar drops out in his 277. Aladdin trying to go up the hill in his Chieftain, does not manage to do so. Pan's Fury taking another shot. And at the moment, this looks like sort of a stalemate here.
Yeah, you can see the TVP there, Hannes. He has good cover. He might be able to reload another clip right now. Also, Raid still has their tank in B3, so kind of controlling the lower side. You can see Smiley trying to push. Nice, good shot by Janus Hannes there. And yeah, Raid with the HP lead over Invil. Osech also dropping 1000 HP there. And it looks like Tsek and Panzer Fury will now be sent towards Hannes to clean up. Okay, I guess they decided to not do that after they saw Ricochet and Katya. If Ricochet is able to put in another shot into Tsek, he would be one-shot for that. Okay, Link picks him up from the bottom. And yeah, that means that Raid now in control of the game. Raid will start to repush there. Janus Canis in the 277 leading the charge against Mentos. Alexandrosaurus following him immediately. Rexar and Monster Yo being picked up next. Invil on only 3k HP remaining. And yeah, good stuff by Raid, I would say. After that disastrous push on Murovanker, now very solid performance here. It didn't look that one-sided earlier.
Yeah, I guess after the Murovanker push, the Raid FC will have to some explaining to do to his players why he sent them to basically assured death because it was blind. But good stuff by Raid, managing to put another win on the board here, 3-2. Raid over Invil, and let's now check. Yes, Enway versus Beyond. There seems to be a tiebreaker. So let me quickly. Are we going with Enway pink and Beyond yellow?
It's over. It was a victory 3-1 for Enway.
All right. Then I guess we now have the groups.
Yeah. That means we will have a 3-1 scoreline between Beyond and Enway.
I guess you can just show the groups now.
Yeah, let me switch to the correct scene. Okay, I'm slow. Give me a moment. Here. That should be the right one. Yeah, Enway against Beyond, ending in a 3-1. That means Enway getting the full 3 points here in group number 1. Hive, 6 victories already, 6 points already out of the first 2 games, and the 3-0 against Pior, now sitting comfortably in slot number 1. The other game should be updated any moment. Anyway, you can see it here. After round number 2, they were head-on-head with Beyond. And now, yeah, after winning 3-1 against Beyond, they get another 3 points. So Beyond starting in the lower bracket. I would say for Beyond, still good thing to make it through the groups here. And Pure Goodnight being kicked out 0-3. I would say decent showing in the qualifier, but a bit of an underwhelming performance here in the group stage. Okay, now it's updated. So Beyond losing 3-1 against Enway. That means Hive over Enway, over Beyond, over Pure Goodnight. For the other games, yeah, you can see it right now. Invil, there is 1 point too much there. Invil getting 4 points in total. We will fix that later. Raid sitting on 7 in total. Tilt Fists securing a 3-1 victory over Thunder, which leads to them being higher in the direct comparison. And Thunder, they won against Invil in the first round, and then it went, well,
Downwards from there.
Downwards, all the way down. So 2 points in round 1. That means they started with a tiebreaker victory over Invil. Then they lost in the tiebreaker against Raid and ended up with only 3 points after losing 3-1 against Tilt Fists.
So I guess for next Saturday, we are left with the pairs of
Raid against Enway, Invil against Hive, and Tilt Fists against the loser of the Raid and Beyond game, and Beyond against the loser of the Hive versus Invil game.
All right. So I guess that wraps up our Clan Rivals group stage stream for the day. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. I hope y'all enjoyed the games. Thanks obviously to the teams also for attending, participating in the tournament. And if you liked what you saw, then please tune in next weekend when we have the playoff stage.
Yeah, with that being said, have a great rest of the weekend. See you next weekend and have a good time.